let you walk your own path, soft and free as a bird flown. And if you find yourself far off and alone, if someone treats you cold as stone, just call my name, darling. Come back home. Come back home. Reach for me. Reach for me. Come back home. When you're worried, when the world don't treat you kind, it's just the weight of living. Reach for me. When the night turns lonely, reach for me. When tears start falling, baby, it's all just a day's work. Come back home. Reach for me. Reach for me.
Okay, good morning. Good morning. Mike. Good morning. Good morning once again. Very well. You guys are looking lovely. So we're going to start off. Right away. So maybe we can get our seats. Welcome. For the guys who came by road, hamjambo. Jumbo. So here in Kenya, once I say jumbo, you say jumbo. Jumbo. Welcome to Kenya. Distinguished executives, regulators, innovators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Secure Horizon, shaping Africa's AI and cyber frontier. Today, we gather not merely for dialogue, but for direction. Africa's digital transformation is accelerating, and with it, it comes with an urgent responsibility to secure trust, safeguard data, and strengthen resilience. So that's why we are here. And my name is David Itumbi, as I had earlier introduced myself. I am a director at a company called Golden Trend Limited, and I'm joined by my co-hosts.
Good morning, everyone. You all look lovely from up here. My name is Sharon Wanjiru. I am a journalist, consultant with the creative economy and special projects. In the country, we do work that cuts across infrastructure, energy, literally everything. If you're a football fanatic, do we have any football fanatics in the house? Then you know that AFCON is coming to Kenya, yes? And we're going to be the host, so that is basically what I do. I'm an MC as well, as you might have noticed. I cut across corporate events. I do weddings as well. So if getting married is in your bucket list this year, you can side chat me. Well, today we are honored to host over 70 senior leaders this morning, and karibu sana to this exclusive executive breakfast engagement. As the president likes to say, if you came by air, karibu sana to the land of marathoners. This convening brings together regulators, cybersecurity leaders, compliance experts, fintech pioneers, and policy architects shaping Africa's digital ecosystem. So over the next few hours, what you should expect is we will explore how artificial intelligence, privacy frameworks, and cyber defense strategies converge to build sustainable digital trust. Sounds interesting, right?
Fantastic. At this time, I would want to welcome Mr. Simon to give us a security brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Simon Mwaneki from Security Department. and I'm the one who is giving security brief on behalf of hotel management. Today, we are not prepared for fire drill, so in case of any evacuation, this is how you are supposed to evacuate the building. We are in Mount Kenya, which is in first floor, and in case of evacuation, we have the outer security plan here that you are supposed to just exit direct. There is an exit door which is direct after the next meeting, which is Kifaru. You just push it, go down to ground floor, you find a big swimming pool. You maneuver on your right, you find a very big elaborated exit door. You push it, you go to where you can see the garden area. That is our exit plan from this Mount Kenya. If you happen to be the far end after the washroom, there is another stairs that will take you to basement 2. At the basement 2, you maneuver direct to this side of assembly point. We have 2 assembly points. That is the primary one in case of a minor emergency, but in case of major emergency, we shall evacuate you to Don Bosco, which is 1 kilometer from here. In issue of a medical in case of medical issues, we have our own call doctor at the reception. The facilitator will organize at the reception. The doctor will be called and you'll be administered. But in case of any minor issues, we have first aiders in-house. They will facilitate first aid, and that's all. The nation or the country is at peace, but in case, if you want to go out of these premises, we advise you use our taxi, because we are able to track our drivers wherever they move. When you're out on the runs on blue, please take care of your variables. Take care of your mobile phones. When you are driving out of the hotel, make sure that your windows are well closed and locked, because of any eventuality of the mugging and any issues of to do with security. While in this meeting room, I request you to take care of your laptop, phones, mobile phones, cameras, and money. And anything that is value to you, please take care of it. We don't have thieves, but in case of any visitor who may be of ill motive, and maybe he see your phone is unattended, he might pick it, or your mobile phone, or your laptop. That's why we request you take care of it. We have policemen within the premises. That is from our tourist police units, and we have a good relationship with our ATPU police, which is 1 kilometer from here. That is in case of any external threat, they will be able to respond and tackle the issue. Any other security issue, you see our colleague is moving around the corridor, he will assist you. Anybody comes to you pretending to be in need, please do not assist them, because they might turn out to be conmen. So please, anybody with a name tag and at the reception, they will assist you. I understand you are all people from security sector, that's why we need to make it so detailed. Thank you and have a productive day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Simon, for the detailed house rules. I know it sounds a bit worrying, but don't worry. We are in Kenya, Hakuna Matata. At this juncture, I would like to request all of us to please rise on our feet for the national anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Please take your seats.
To formally open the Secure Horizon, we invite a visionary leader advancing digital trust conversations across Africa.
Please join us in welcoming Bemisola Osolinde, the Chief Executive Officer of Smartcomply.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. Hope we're all having a cozy morning. Okay, so good morning, Excellencies, esteemed regulators from the ODPC, CBK, and NDPC, distinguished guests, and the architect of Kenya's digital future. I have often said that the digital economy is built on a paradox. We move at the speed of light to innovate, to include, and to scale. Yet the foundation that the movement isn't just about coding or capital. It is trust. I am Bemisola Osolinde, and on behalf of the entire Smartcomply team, it is my absolute honor to welcome you to the Smartcomply Compliance and Cybersecurity Breakfast Session, SCCB 2026. We are here not just to launch a product, but to start the conversation about how we protect the progress we've all worked so hard to build, and I'd like to welcome you to Secure the Horizon. The question is, why are we here in Nairobi today? We're here because Kenya is the heartbeat of East Africa. Digital transformation, from the Silicon Savannah to the global recognition of your fintechs innovations. You haven't just adapted to the digital age, you have also defined it. However, as we sit here today in 2026, the horizon is shifting. Last year, Kenya saw a staggering 80% increase in cyber threat events, from the financial corridors monitoring the CBK to the critical infrastructures managed by the states. No sector is immune. We are currently facing the pressure of increasing oversight from the ODPC and CBK, the gaps created by dangerous reliance on manual screenshot hunting and audit drag, and of course the risk, which is the AI frontier, where malicious actors are now using same tools we build to attack us. In this environment, compliance can no longer be a checkbox exercise. It must be the very architect of your digital integrity. At Smartcomply, we believe security and compliance should be the wind in your sail and not the anchor dragging you behind. Compliance shouldn't just be about avoiding fines. It's about making Kenya the easiest place in Africa to scale a secure business. To ensure your growth is never slowed down by the red tape, we have built an ecosystem designed to automate the heavy lifting, where we start with our flagship division, Secure, which puts your risk management on autopilot, giving you the fastest path to continuous compliance. We have Oculus, which ensures you see your threat before they see you through advanced threat intelligence. Adhere protects your financial integrity through automated fraud prevention. And of course, last but not the least, which focus on the human elements, Academy builds your human firewall through continuous learning. Posture 2, a proactive one, where compliance is continuous, automated, and built for scale. Today is designed as a masterclass executive session. We have a powerful keynote from the heights of the regulatory policies, followed by 2 specific panel or specialized panels. One of the session which will be dedicated specifically to the research and intelligence, where we'll dive into our report in partnership with Tech Kaba Insight, titled AI and Cyber Frontier, Securing the East African Digital Future. And in that report, we review the specific threat vectors currently targeting the East African corridor as we speak. And of course, the centerpiece of our morning, which is our fireside chat, which I am privileged to moderate. I'll be joined by Dr. Vincent Olatunji, the National Commission of the NDPC Nigeria, Mr. Oscar Otienio, Senior Deputy Data Commissioner representing the Commissioner Immaculate Kasite of the ODPC, Kenya. Today, we will bridge the data protection journey of Africa's two largest digital economy. And also joining us from the law enforcement end is DCP Ebunike Inamdi Emmanuel, representing CP Uche Ifeanyi, Director of MPC NCC, C, and Peter M. Mutinde, representing Chief Inspector Simon Kuputo from the DC, who leads the technical response of the digital threats in Kenya. My ask of you this morning is simple. Be candid, be curious. This is Smartcomply's first formal step into Kenya's market, and we want to walk this path with you. Don't just look at the horizon. Help us secure it. And we'll be starting this morning with our first panelist, which focus on AI real-time finance and threat. This panel will explore how we maintain human-centric trust in an era of machine speed transaction. And of course, after all our sessions, we invite you to visit our B 2026. Thank you.
Very much. Madam CEO, that was a very powerful introduction to our setting. Thank you very much. Our keynote this morning addresses a defining question of our time. How do we turn privacy, compliance, and the threats of intelligence into measurable customer trust?
It is our honor to welcome and invite on stage Dr. Vincent Olatunji, the National Commissioner and CEO of the Nigeria Data Protection Commission. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Jambo. Jambo. Good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to be here this morning to be part of this breakfast meeting. And I think I really should commend the Smartcomply team for making this happen. More importantly, that we're in Kenya. We're all aware that in terms of AI, digital technologies, the big four in Africa, you have Nigeria, of course, you have Kenya, you have Egypt, and you have South Africa. So if among the big four, they're choosing one country to host there, I think it's really commendable. And to also say that we bring greetings from Nigeria, Nigeria Data Protection Commission, and the federal government of Nigeria, to say that we're happy to be part of this breakfast meeting this morning. I'll be given a topic. I don't know if the topic has changed, but I think what I heard is a bit different from what was announced. I think you have the presentation, right? Have you given them? Can we project? I think this is what I have. Am I right? Like where with this? Okay. So I'm speaking on the horizon, shaping Africa's AI and cyber frontier. Next slide, please. We are all aware that globally, AI has taken over almost every of our lives. It's now being driven by artificial intelligence and the fact that there is no escape from the deployment of artificial intelligence unless you do want to be part of the global trend. And that is why it's really important for us as Africa to be deliberate, to be intentional about whatever we want to do, to see how we can effectively deploy artificial intelligence for the benefit of all Africans and legal resident continent. Look at this, I just listed just 5 sectors. Let us know what is happening with the use of artificial intelligence in these different sectors. You look at manufacturing, there are predictive maintenance and digital twins, virtual production optimization. The value 25 will be $3.8 trillion in terms of contribution to global economy. Retail is already happening. higher than that. So we should be prepared. What is already happening is higher than that. So we should be prepared. We don't have any choice in Africa to be adequately prepared for this. When we look at AI's economic impact, by 2020, 2030, we talk of $13 trillion. Africa, for us, our share there is $2.9 trillion because of a lot of factors in Africa. That is what we are likely to contribute. In terms of job creation, we are looking at 1.3 million jobs now, and this is projected to rise to 78 million and to create about 170 million additional jobs. This is the fastest technology that has been adopted globally, more than digital technology that we've heard of. We have about 1.2 billion users outside the internet and PC and smartphone. And in terms of adoption, we look at this continent. North America has the highest, and let's look at our position in Africa. North, Middle and East Africa, 48.5%. Sub-Saharan Africa, 32.72%. This is just like global distribution of adoption of a means of livelihood as we speak. Next slide. The adoption rates across Africa, that is now coming to Africa as a country, as a continent. We have the global average, by the way, is 16.3. In South Africa, they have 21.1, which is higher than the global average. All other African countries, they are lower than global average. So that is to say that there's a lot of work for us to do. Look at Egypt, 13.4, Namibia, and so on. Nigeria is 9.3, Kenya, 8.1, Uganda, 6.2. Then what are the key drivers that will really enhance the adoption and the benefit of artificial intelligence? The growth in the number of internet users is a major factor. That is, is anyone in this room that is not connected to the internet by way of anybody? It's very rare to go to anywhere now where you don't see people that connect to the internet by one way or the other. Mobile subscribers, all these connections are mainly through mobile connections. Youth demographics. In most African countries, our youth belong to they make about 60% of our population. In fact, in Nigeria, they're about 65%. You are in a hurry. You are faster than me. Can you go back to that is the population that is under 25 years, on the average, 60%. And these guys are ready to take risks, very versatile and brilliant, and the only language they understand is digital technologies. And continental framework, now we have African Union AI strategy, which was developed and launched in 2024. A lot of African countries are now deriving their national AI strategy from this. That as we speak, at the end of 2025, 16 African countries now have their AI strategies, drawing from what was done by AU in 2024. They all was launched in 2024. That is not like a guide to all other African countries. That now we have about 16 African countries with their AI strategies, and others are being encouraged to develop theirs as well. Government initiatives, a lot of initiatives around artificial intelligence done. As I said, now we have 16 countries that have developed their own. In Nigeria, our own approach was a co-creation kind of approach where we brought more than 200 experts from across the globe into one room for almost 1 week to develop our own AI strategy. And a lot of countries now, they are at the point of implementation. The startup ecosystem also is massive. And here, we have about 159 startups raised over $803 million. That was as of last year. This shows the quality that we have. In fact, some will argue that this number is too low. Because there are some startups now that have even crossed that level of, they've moved to the level of crossing more than $1 billion. One. So this figure may even be higher than this. Next slide, please. Then can we say we are really ready as a continent to develop and effectively deploy artificial intelligence for all aspects of our lives? We have some issues, I wouldn't say challenges. I see them as, yes, they may look as if they are challenges, but they are opportunities for us to identify what we need to do to be part of the global trend. Look at infrastructural deficit. Nearly 600 million Africans lack reliable electricity, limiting the power and therefore a lot of African countries live in rural communities. And most countries are struggling with regular supply of power. And yes, we need to deploy artificial intelligence. We are not talking about people who live in urban areas. How about the real people that live in the local environments? How can we really ensure that they're part of what we are talking about here? Africa has less than 1% of global data center capacity. Now, when you talk of data localization, this is what we are all asking that we should do. But is it really possible with the level of infrastructure that we have in Africa as we speak? That's a major challenge, and this calls for investment in data centers across Africa. Skill shortages. In 2025, 100% surveyed African companies expected on an AI skills gap, with 90% already experienced. That is, in most countries now, most organizations that want to deploy AI, a major challenge is skilled personnel. Yes, we have a lot of people, the startup ecosystem growing, and a lot of people developing capacity in this area. However, in terms of effective deployment of AI, there is this major challenge of skilled personnel. And yet we have a very youthful population. We need to really work to see how we can develop the requisite skills to have qualified personnel that can drive our AI adoption in Africa. Data quality and scarcity. The quality of data that we have in Nigeria, we know that AI thrives on massive data. The quality of data we have, can we actually use it effectively to deploy AI? This is a major challenge. Funding. Government funding is a major challenge because a lot of initiatives, a lot of programs that government may want to do. And if you want to go to government to ask for funding for some of the things that we want to do, it may be a major challenge. Hence, we need to encourage development partners, multinationals, investors to come and invest in this area, which is like a major foundation for a breakthrough into the global economy by 2030. Policy fragmentation. A lot of countries on the continent, when they develop their policies, they don't really align properly. We have that challenge. For instance, in data privacy and protection. A major issue now is data harmonization. How can we say we have legislation that what you have in Kenya is different from what you have in Ghana, different from what you have in Nigeria, South Africa, Mauritius? There is no way we can really properly work together under African Union if you have fragmented legislations or regulations to an increment of 152%. This shows that yes, we are deploying technologies, but a lot of issues around cybersecurity that we need to really work on. Victims in 2025 were 87,000, and we had just 35,000 in 2024. Total losses about between 2019 and 2025, cumulative loss over $3 billion, which speaks volume. Then look at top 12 vectors, which I believe all of us will be used to: business email, ransomware, data theft, and so on. Then we may want to ask ourselves, why should Africa be under attack? It's not only Africa. All continents across the globe are under attack by one way or the other. Unfortunately, some people may even be outside Africa and be pretending as if they're in Africa. And this is a major challenge. But to us as a continent, I think these are the factors that may really enhance attack or encourage attack. Increasing digitalization, the rate at which we are adopting digitalization is massive. And the moment you go out there, you leave your digital footprints, you do one thing or the other. Oh, okay. Whatever you do, you are exposed already. The moment you are connected to the internet, so you need to work hard, put a lot of things in place to ensure that you protect yourself when you go online. Low digital literacy, as I said, in terms of people living in rural communities, or a lot of people that the so-called literates who are not digitally literate. I think that is a major problem. High value target, financial sector, care infrastructure, and government institutions. AI enhanced attacks, AI is not being used negatively instead of using it for development of mankind. Therefore, Africa ranked third globally in ransomware attacks. Without immediate action, cyber threats will undermine AI adoption and digital. So we don't have any choice. We have to really work together to see how we can combat this threat that is very obvious in developing AI in Africa. Next slide, please. Then in terms of regulations, AI regulations in Africa, this is the current status. As I already mentioned before, 16 countries, as we speak, have not developed their AI strategies, which is a follow-up to what was done by African Union. 34 are still in the development or drafting stage, while 4 have made no clear moves at all in terms of deploying artificial intelligence. So that means there's a lot of work for us to do in that area as well. And data protection laws also serve as the primary legal basis for addressing AI-related concerns. There's a very close relation between AI and artificial intelligence. Between data protection and artificial intelligence. Data protection is talking about your privacy, your protection. Artificial intelligence is adoption of digital technology, emerging technologies, and so on. Yes, emerging technologies, AI, will talk about innovation. Data protection laws will talk about protecting your privacy. How do you now balance both? And if you look at what has been done in Africa in terms of artificial intelligence, the pioneering strategy was in Mauritius in 2018. The UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI adoption by many African countries. Between 2021 and 2024, we had these countries, e.g. Rwanda, Senegal, Benin, and so on. The African Union came up 2024. But this is now like the major one driving the development of strategy of artificial intelligence in Africa. Then in 2025, these are the countries that actually developed them. So in all, we have 16 African countries that have developed their AI strategies. Next slide, please. Now, a major issue that we need to really identify and handle properly is the issue of trust. Where whatever you do in terms of deploying digital technologies, either emerging technologies or the old ones, the issue of trust is really important that we need to address. As it is written here, trust is the currency of the digital age. However, while technology advances rapidly, the trust deficit widens in tandem, exposing a fundamental erosion of confidence. That is, do people really trust the deployment of digital technologies or artificial intelligence? And these are the factors that will make you feel, oh, I don't even trust this system. One is cybersecurity threat. 75% of internet users believe they are vulnerable to attacks, and that is the truth. The more you log on, the more you go online, you feel, oh, it is possible that you may be attacked. So what do you do? That is a major challenge. Not only in Africa, it's a global thing. Data privacy and misuse. Digital artificial intelligence tools, do they really respect the rights, the interests, and the freedom of users? That is another factor we need to really look into. Same sort of consumers fear data misuse. That is, you give your data for one thing, it is being used for a completely different thing. And 1 in 3 digital service users in Africa is said to share personal data. You still feel, oh, do I really trust this system? Can I share my data with them? How secure will it be? And so on. Lack of transparency and accountability. Most AI tools, how transparent are they? And how can you hold developers or those deploying them accountable for your personal information. This is a major issue also. Ethical concerns. How can we deploy AI ethically to ensure that we do what is that only 40% of US users trust companies to use that. Even in the US, 40% of users trust organizations deploying AI to say, okay, if my data is given to them, it's safe and secure. Next slide, please. Now, if you are saying you don't really trust what they are doing with your personal data, or what the deployment of artificial intelligence will do, then what next? What do you need to do? What do you need to put in place? And that is why globally we are now relying on data protection, data privacy laws across the globe as a foundation of trust that, yes, if there is a reasonable level of compliance to data protection laws, you feel a bit comfortable that, oh, okay, when your data is collected, processed, or shared, there is a bit of protection. Now, in terms of privacy, this speaks to the kind of laws, regulations that have been put in place to protect your privacy as a data subject. And the protection part of it speaks to the kind of technology deployed, the firewalls, the antivirus, and so on, the kind of database that is being used. These are the things that you need to really put in place to ensure that your data is protected. Governing how data is collected, shared, and used, these are all about privacy. Why data protection prevents data from being compromised, preventing unauthorized access to your personal information. And that is why the place of data privacy is really important in deploying artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. Why does it even matter? Why does data privacy matter in artificial intelligence? And this is the era of artificial intelligence. So why are we talking about data protection? Trust issue that we mentioned, this will guarantee that. Increases return on investment because your data subjects will now really trust your system, and when they give you the data, they feel, oh, I'm a bit comfortable, which leads to more opportunities for you. Compliance with global standards, that is the standard globally now, that when you collect and process data, you ensure that you play measure to secure personal data, which is straightforward. Fosters adoption, that is, it increases the level of adoption of AI. Consumers engage more when they trust that their data is safe. After GDPR, 67% felt more in control and adoption. That is EU GDPR. 67% of their data actually feel, oh, I'm actually in control of my data because there's a law, there's a regulation that can actually put my data in my hand. Yes, with data controllers and processors, but they have to process in compliance to the provisions of the law. It will also prevent data breaches because a lot of technical and organizational measures will have been put in place. In fact, for those deploying solutions using AI, there is what is called privacy by design and by default. Right from the addition stage, as part of what they are putting in place, which puts your data under your control. And to a large extent, people will feel comfortable. Then there is DPI, data privacy impact assessment, that even after developing the solutions, they need to carry out privacy impact assessment to look at likely risk that will lead to breaches. How would they mitigate? How would they prevent? These are things that they need to put in place under data protection laws to guarantee trust that we're talking about. A lot of multinationals now, a lot of businesses, for them to actually interact with you, they want to see that, yes, you have actually complied with the provisions of the data protection law in your country. Innovation cannot survive without trust, and trust depends on responsible data handling. Yes, we are innovating through AI. It cannot in Africa in terms of data privacy and protection. As we speak, 43 countries now have their data protection laws. 38 have their DPAs. Some have their laws, but they don't have their independent data protection authorities yet. But those who have their data protection laws, data protection authorities, they are 38 out of 54. 80% of African Union member states have enacted data protection legislation, and 70% have established DPAs. Challenges: level of implementation in different countries. There are different levels of implementation. You get to Kenya, your level of implementation and enforcement in terms of data protection law is different from what we have in Nigeria, it's different from Ghana, it's different from Mauritius, it's different from South Africa, and so on. Regulatory fragmentation continues to affect cross-border innovation. Yes, in terms of regulations, I spoke about monetization before. We have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement now. Without proper harmonization of data protection laws, it will still be a major challenge if we don't really look at what to do in terms of harmonizing laws. Capacity in terms of skilled personnel, and not only in Africa, globally, 93% of companies now still complain of skilled personnel to manage their data protection ecosystem. Funding, a lot of DPAs globally, and more importantly in Africa, a major challenge for DPAs to properly enforce their laws is the issue of funding. And in Nigeria, what we have done is to develop an innovative way of funding our activities by having some government organizations fund us for 2 years. Then going forward, we'll be funding our operation through registration of data controllers and processors, audit filing, licensing fees, fines, and so on. Expertise, technical expertise gaps, which I already mentioned. Then in terms of container frameworks, driving data privacy and protection to enhance the deployment of AI, we have the ECOWAS Supplementary Act of 2010 that has been reviewed in 2025. The EU Cybersecurity Convention, Malabo Convention of 2014, the EU Data Privacy Framework of 2022, as I said, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement Protocol and Digital Trade. These are some of the frameworks at the level of the continents driving data privacy laws and also driving artificial intelligence adoption in Africa. Next slide, please. Next. Now, how can we publish the path forward? Simply Africans, AI, cyber frontier, strategy imperative. What can we do? What can we put in place to probably shape Africans' artificial intelligence frontier? Some of the challenges that I already mentioned, we need to look at solutions to them to support what we are trying to achieve. Like I said before, harmonize our laws. All the fragmented laws in different African countries, there should be proper harmonization, maybe under African Union, that will drive whatever we are doing in terms of adopting artificial intelligence. And what African Union has done in terms of developing the AI strategy for Africa. As I said, that a lot of African countries are now taking a clue from it. There should be proper harmonization of what we do to properly address issues around infrastructure, funding, skill gap, and so on. Risk-based AI regulation differentiate between the requirement by risk level, that is, what kind of levels are we even talking about. That's where DPI is really important. Low, medium, high. They will be able to prepare how we can mitigate such risks even when they occur. Sector-specific guidelines, the kind of requirements that you need in Earth, different from agriculture, different from tourism and culture or hospitality industry. So we need to look at different guidelines that will support the adoption of AI in different sectors. Representative data and local representative data and AI, data sovereignty, which is really important. And I keep saying that data sovereignty should speak to the law that is protecting your data, not necessarily saying data must remain local in your country. But what kind of law can you put in place that even when your data is outside your country, that country, in terms of adequacy level, in terms of data subject, enforceable data subject right, enforceable data subject data privacy laws, in terms of the kind of regulation they have in place, in terms of having an independent data protection authority that can actually enhance the enforcement of trust laws. I think those are things that should be put in. African languages support local languages. What we've done in Nigeria, we've actually interpreted our data protection law into 3 major languages, Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, that even those who don't really understand English can read the law in their local language and understand what we're trying to do. Local AI ecosystem. Our startup ecosystem, very vibrant. How can we really encourage them to really look at various areas of AI, and which is shift from too much attention in the area of fintech. Most of these solutions that you are seeing fintech. How about health? How about education? How about agri? We need to look at how we can evenly distribute whatever solutions we are developing in different areas, and look at our strength. We have our strength in some other areas. For instance, agriculture, we can feed the whole world. If we do properly develop AI strategies, that's what we are doing. Invest in cybersecurity. This is really important. Critical infrastructure that can drive cybersecurity is really important. National SART, that is called Computer Emergency Response Teams. Public awareness is very key for people to be aware of what they are doing. Cross-border collaboration. We need to really encourage that in Africa. Regional frameworks that have been developed. Data trust. How can we really now bring it to the level that people will really trust what we are doing in terms of deploying AI technology? Knowledge sharing. There should be a kind of regular peer group review of activities or experiences, what we pass through. There's no point reinventing the wheel. If something has been done in one African country and is working for them, the road they've passed through, the challenges they've experienced should be shared, and their success stories also should be shared for countries to learn from one another. Human-centric AI. It will be meaningful oversight in terms of review of high risk and stakes AI decisions, right to exploitation, bias mitigation, and so on. Public-private partnership is really important for us to work together. Government will be there to give the policy direction on what you want to do, how to get there. Those that really do the work, they are the public sector organizations. Then in terms of advocacy, you work with civil society groups, the media, and so on. Co-investment, how can you collaborate to invest, skills development? Sandboxing is really important. Most of the solutions, how can we develop framework for sandboxing in a way that will be impactful and make our solutions globally competitive? Next slide, please. The role of ecosystem players, I think I already mentioned that. The regional bodies, like the likes of ECOWAS, SADC, African bodies, all this, they aim to look at implementation of their laws, support capacity building, mobilize funds to support whatever I do. Government, in terms of appropriate laws, AU Convention, Africa Continental Free Trade Protocol, create enabling policies, which I already mentioned. Private sector, invest, ensure transparency and accountability. This is really key. A lot of organizations, all they are interested in is the money they are making. You should be accountable for every data you collect and process. Then private by design, which I already mentioned. Development partners, 10 gap support, knowledge transfer, support research, innovation, and skills. Well, from our own experience in Nigeria, the digital ID ecosystem, NIPSI was actually established in 2007. The law was put in place in 2007. Between 2007 and 2022, the number of Nigerians in the database was just 39 million. But because of the support that we got from the World Bank, AFD, and I think one other organization again, we're able to move registration from that 49 million. As we speak, we are doing 127 million. So we captured more than half of the population, that every Nigerian of transactional age now has a digital ID, because our government was able to work with some of the development partners, and that's what we're able to achieve. That is to say that they are available. All you need to do is to properly put what you want to do together, and you get the required support from them. So in this ecosystem, you have regional bodies, government, private sector, and development partners. If we all work together, that's the only way we can really move forward in terms of effective AI development and deployment in Africa. Next slide, please. By prioritizing trust, strengthening governance, and fostering collaboration, Africa can harness AI's transformative potential while safeguarding our citizens and institutions. The time for coordinated action is now. We can't really wait any longer. The world is moving, and we don't have any choice to be part of what is happening. Trust first. We need to build that trust for within the continent and for other continents to respect what we are doing as a continent. Enforce frameworks that enable innovation. That is, we should not put in place frameworks, legislations, or laws that will stifle innovation. What we should do is have laws that are developmental in nature, that will create, that will stimulate growth and development in our economies. We should always collaborate, unite across borders for collective progress of the continent. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vincent, for that very forward-looking address. I'd request you to stay on stage 1 minute. Audience members, is there anyone with a question or a clarification in regard to that address? Well, if there's none, let's give him a round of applause as he goes back to his seat. And now, it is my turn to test how closely we have been listening to that address today. So I have a quick question. Are we ready? So as a Kenyan citizen, the first thing, the qualification is you're always skeptical, right? So I want to ask you guys, why does data protection matter? Anyone? Okay, I'm going to volunteer someone right now. Why does data protection matter? The lady in the middle with glasses, do you want to try? Yes. If we could give her a mic. Okay.
If we don't have trust within the system and if we're not handling that well, then it's a problem for what we're trying to build and where we're trying to go.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. Very well said. And because you got my question right, I will be giving you a physical copy of the Tech Cabal research reports. Give her a hand. Fantastic. So Africa's cybersecurity posture must evolve from reactive defense to proactive resilience. So as we go to our next session, moderating this session is Charity Murugi, Senior Principal, Group Communications and Brand at Cellulant. Let's give her a round of applause as she walks on stage. She will be introducing the panelists. Karibu. If we can have someone help with the chairs to the stage.
All right. Good morning. How are you? Good morning. All right. Even as they set the stage, I think we can even just begin. It's a real pleasure to welcome you this morning to this particular panel session that talks about from reactive defense to proactive resilience, rethinking cyber security in Africa. Now, I remember a time, and please don't judge me, when most people thought that cybersecurity is just an IT issue, at the IT department. It is a budget line in the IT department. Do we have enough firewalls? Is our website secure? And I think we are far, far long from those days. That feels like an era far, far gone. Today, the issue of cybersecurity is a financial issue. It's a reputational issue. We can see the billions of dollars that are being lost just even from the previous session because of cyber threats. It's a boardroom issue. It is also a national stability issue. As economies have digitized, payments have moved online, governments and banks and fintechs, we all have interconnected platforms. The scale and importance of cybersecurity has grown dramatically. I don't know if you're like me, who, when you're about to fill out a Google form, when you go to any particular website, and you're like, why are you asking me all these details? Can you just autofill? And you just click, depending on the browser that you're using, and you just say autofill, and it's convenient. It's very easy to do, but that also comes at a risk. How much of our data is out there? Most recently, we need one more. Most recently, we had, there was this particular trend where people would upload a photo to ChatGPT and you would ask it to, describe my work life or something of the sort. I saw that trend. At first, I was like, oh, this looks cool. People are looking nice. And then I thought, hey, ChatGPT is going to have my photo. But it was very trendy, and it was all over. And some people were also arguing, like, what does it matter? They already have enough of our information. But today, I want to show you why it matters. Let me give you very recent examples that capture why we are here today. Why are we talking about from reactive defense to proactive resilience? A few months ago, for the Kenyans in the room, if you do remember, a few months ago in November 2025, not too long, I'm sure you will remember that we had a couple, I will not mention which ones, but a couple of our government websites were down. I'm sure many of you remember that. And people could not access critical services. Some of them were reportedly, allegedly, hacked and defaced with extremist-style messages, white supremacist messages. And that's a government website. So when we say cybersecurity is a national issue, it truly is. And just this year, I think a couple of weeks ago, I don't know how many of you have seen that article, that PayPal disclosed that they had an issue there was a software flaw. And can you imagine that that issue had been existing for 6 months before someone detected it? 6 months of customer data being exposed. 6 months of passwords being out there before it was detected and it was fixed. And then a final one is we had a company called MGM Resorts that's based in the US. It deals with the hospitality industry. It has a number of casinos and so forth. It is a $14 billion hospitality empire. And they lost $100 million in under 1 week. And do you know how that happened? A hacker called an employee. A hacker called the IT department and pretended to be an employee. And they had gotten the employee details from LinkedIn and social media. They did all the data mining that they could from social media platforms. And so they called pretending to be an employee. They have their full names. They know where they work. They know where they live. If you asked me, oh, what did you, okay, are you sure you're here? Yeah, they're like, am I not the one who lives in, so and so? So they called the company and pretended to be an employee and said that they had been locked out of the system. So they need IT to reset them and get them back inside. And that's how the hacker got access. A simple phone call. And within moments, millions of dollars were lost. In the hotel, everything is interconnected these days, yeah? The people at the hotel could not get into their rooms because the card system has been hacked. The people at the casino, they're losing money. And so that is the reality that we have today. Are we good? That is the reality that we are dealing with today. And so I'd like for us, as we get into our panel session, when we are talking about proactive resilience, when we are talking about making ourselves of our systems, and not just something we think of, we patch after something has happened, I'd like to invite a couple of people on stage to even just help us discuss this. So what we are going to be discussing is how do African organizations, how do we who are here in the room, leaders of various organizations, leaders of the startups that we are building, how do we build resilience by design so that we can anticipate threats, so that we can adapt? And so to help us today, I'll be joined by two leaders. The first one is Feyejimi Adewale, who is the Chief Information Security Officer and Data Protection Officer at Coronation Merchant Bank in Nigeria. Come on, let's welcome Feyejimi with a round of applause. Feyejimi carries a rare combination of being a CISO, Chief Information Officer, and a Data Protection Officer under one roof. So it means he has a unique view of security and privacy and governance and compliance in Africa's most complex financial environments. Welcome here, Jimmy. And then second, we have Daniel Obot, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Secure, formerly known as Smartcomply Secure, which is Africa's leading enterprise cybersecurity management company. And Daniel sits at a fascinating vantage continent. He's already dealing with different organizations as they try to secure themselves. He also led the strategic partnership with Nigeria's Data Protection Commission to build a compliance framework specifically for SMEs. Welcome, Daniel. And our third panelist for the day was meant to be Janine Muka Muasia, who is the Senior Manager for Information Security and Data Protection at Cellulant. But unfortunately, at the very last minute, she was unable to join us and sent her apologies. We have the two gentlemen at the panel, and allow me to join them. All right, thank you. So let me start with you, Daniel, actually. And so the question we are going to start with today is, what is fundamentally broken about how organizations are approaching cybersecurity, which, as we are seeing from today's trends, that it's quite reactive. And then as a part B to that is, why does reactive keep winning over proactive? Why is that the thing that people keep on running to?
Okay. Cybersecurity conversations really are triggered by a couple of things. First would be when a breach happens. Second would be when there's a regulatory audit that is required, and also when there is maybe a circular from the regulator that goes to the public. Now, what we've observed is that organizations across Africa is the same pattern that exists. Organizations are increasingly aware of these challenges, but at the same time, what we've observed is that organizations are more interested in pursuing documentation rather than building their security maturity. So what this represents as a result at the end of the day is you see a lot of organizations on paper, they're resilient, but in the actual sense, they are fragile. So what this, bringing this into perspective, what this shows in terms of reactive and proactive defense is that organizations more, the reactive defense is now focused on more like trying to stop attacks that have happened. But for proactive resilience, what you're supposed to focus on as an organization is trying to prepare yourself for attacks, the next unknown attack before it even happens. Sorry, I missed the second question.
The second bit was, as you've just rightly said, that there tends to be a reactive approach.
Yeah.
So why does reactive keep winning over proactive?
To answer that question, I think in most cases, one key thing that stands out is budget constraints. And it's very particular for smaller businesses where they struggle to adopt tools that helps them to enhance compliance as well as their security. So, but for organizations like ours that understand the nuances within the African landscape, we try to help these organizations to be able to access tools that enhances compliance as well as their security. So what I would say would stand out from our experience and observation within the ecosystem is budget constraints, and then as well the pursuit of documentation rather than actually maturing their security and then making it look the same as on paper as well as it is in reality.
All right, thank you for that. I like something that you said, that many organizations pursue documentation, right? And I don't know if it's fortunately or unfortunately, most of the documentation around compliance and security and fraud is pages and pages and pages. But we are seeing that also we have a lot of regulatory frameworks that are coming to regulate this particular area. So my question for you, Feyijimi, is, as a CISO and also as a DPO in Nigeria's banking sector, would you say that regulation is helping organizations to get a good stand as far as security is concerned, or is it just creating a checkbox culture?
Excellent question, thank you. First, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Bemi, and you, Charity. I think you've set a beautiful foundation for this discussion. I like your question because you always have people at different sides of the divide, right? Let me start by saying it's very easy to run a program to comply to regulation. Yeah. And that's because it speaks to something he was saying when it comes to reactive security. Yeah. To be frank, reactive security is easier. Reactive security does not require too much thinking, too much defending, and at my level, too much talking. And that's simple. You've been breached, get a firewall. You have an AI leaking a credential, get this solution. You have this attack at this peer organization, implement this process. Quite simple. I've also been privileged to sit at both sides of the divide. I've seen the bad guys plan an attack, and day to day, I and my peers coordinate the defense side of the conversation. Believe me, it is way easier to plan an attack because you are looking for one opening. But when you are trying to defend, you are defending 10,000 things and trying to convince people of the likelihood and probability of all 10,000 happening. So what you see is that it's way easier to start by using regulation. Regulation is a framework that has been established, definitely using best practices, using current environments, and so it gives you a step-by-step framework to easily implement. And some organizations just want to know that, oh, when it comes to regulation, we are doing well. But regulation is not the end, it is the beginning. And that's because when regulation is done, it's done as a guideline. But every organization is unique. You have your unique processes, you have your unique customers. And so you have to go beyond regulation to tailor it to be a lot more efficient for you. So to the question particularly, I would say, let's not throw the baby with the bathwater. Regulation is good. Regulation forms a very firm foundation for everybody to launch from. But maturity has to come in to determine at what point you want to supplement regulation to ensure that as an organization, you've gone beyond regulation to plug the holes and deliver the value.
Thank you, thank you. I like that. Regulation is just, I really like that. And so when we are talking about the path to open and the things that we should be implementing, so what does proactive resilience realistically look like for organizations? Many of them sitting in the room here today. What does that look like beyond just the policy that we've talked about? What does it realistically look like, one? And two, what would you suggest to the businesses that are sitting here that they can actually get to? Daniel.
All right, thank you for that question. Resilience is, in my opinion, is beyond just acquiring more tools. It's more about, more visibility into risk, and also trying to test your responses to incidents. For businesses and for business leaders, it's more about positioning the organization to be able to test responses, monitor controls continuously, And for businesses across Africa, in Kenya, in Nigeria as well, it's more about operationalizing proactive resilience. And to be able to do that, you need to focus on some key markers, which is people, processes, as well as technology. In trying to operationalize proactive resilience, you should, for people, for example, you should be looking at continuous training, which goes beyond the usual annual awareness training that happens, that organizations organize. You should look at training people to also be able to act in the capacity to respond to incidents as they occur. In terms of processes, it's more about also boosting capacity in terms of tools that are being used to respond to these incidents. And for technology, it's more of creating a centralized visibility across the organization, especially with the security teams, utilizing tools like SIEM or SOC and all of that. So when you put all of this into perspective, in trying to operationalize proactive resilience, you need to focus on these key markers, people, process, as well as technology.
All right, thank you. So people, process, technology. And so for people, you said trainings, processes. I imagine you would need to test your processes, probably carry out a couple of simulations and actually see is what we have on paper the reality in the organization, and technology in the right technology. And so these three things, I believe, you're not able to move the needle as far as they're concerned without executive ownership. And so my question to you, Fejimi, is how critical, and I think we've also answered it in part, but how critical is executive and board level ownership in shifting organizations from compliance-driven cybersecurity to resilience-driven strategy? And probably more specifically, what structures or strategies have you seen work?
Oh, thank you. So, two things. I know that there's a saying by some armed how detailed the plan is. Mm-hmm. There are variables when the engagement starts that you can't predict. Yeah. And that's why adequate preparation is recommended. Resilience is the ability to keep delivering services even while you're under attack, right? And that can't happen without executive board level support. One of the things that I would recommend is that executives need to drive decision making. So when we talk about resilience, it usually comes up when some sort of crisis has happened or in the anticipation of a crisis. And one of the things you find during crisis is that there is slow or poor decision making. I understand that we want to be optimistic, right? But being realistic means understanding that sometimes these things will happen, and so preparing for them to happen. A lot of organizations would prefer to put emphasis on detection rather than recovery. And so when you come to resilience after the incident, a lot of operational things have been put in place, but from a governance, executive, board level point of view, some things still need to be improved. So decision making, clear lines of authority, who is responsible for what, right? There is this case we used to be trained on a long time ago to say, run your playbooks, not just your drills, so that you don't find that the person who needs to take a decision is stuck on a flight that is not going to land in the next 6 hours, and you need to make a decision right now. What happens then? So the executives need to be sure that some of these things to do with operationalizing the plans that have been put in place run as smoothly as possible. I would say maintain those two things: drive clear decision making, clear lines of authority, and post-lesson incident reviews that are implemented back into the organization.
All right. Thank you for that, Jimmy. And just moving to something that I put in my opening about the trending photo that we had of people uploading photos to ChatGPT, and it gets to show them, their work, how their work is. And I think what that revealed is just how much ChatGPT knows about your organizations. Because people are actually uploading information, they're uploading data, they're uploading so many things right into ChatGPT and other similar platforms about our very organizations. And so as AI and automation is becoming embedded in business operations and also in daily life, just really in daily life, how should organizations rethink their cybersecurity framework, their risk framework, and so forth? Daniel.
All right. Thanks for that question. AI is not here to stay, and a lot of organizations across key sectors, financial services, telecommunications, healthcare, are already integrating AI into their processes. And as much as AI is a force multiplier, it's also a risk multiplier. So what this means is that organizations now need to rethink and redesign their risk management approach to align with these emerging realities. So instead of building on existing risk frameworks that only focus on static infrastructure, as well as predefined parameters and user behaviors, organizations must now rethink this in its entirety to be able to meet this evolving landscape. So now what it means is that organizations now need to incorporate a very strong AI governance strategy alongside their cybersecurity strategy. So AI governance is key because you need to start asking these questions around areas like the data that is being collected or shared. Either you are collecting it as an organization or you are sharing it. Where is it going to? How is it being utilized? Is it being utilized lawfully? Is it complying or infringing on frameworks like the NDPA or KDPA? So overall, organizations need to incorporate strict AI governance to be able to manage this evolving landscape, because AI in itself introduces new vulnerabilities and essentially expands the attack surface. You can see, just as you mentioned, I've had my own personal experience. You could just go through social media and you see somebody, projecting an image of a celebrity and they're speaking, right? So this could be, this shows you that AI could also introduce new vulnerabilities like deep fakes to be used for social engineering and all of that. So for organizations, what they now need to reconsider and re-strategize is incorporating very robust AI governance strategy and integrating it with the existing cybersecurity strategy. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. So we are talking about having an AI governance strategy. So probably allow me to just probe that a little further. So when you're talking about AI governance strategy, what possibly does that look like? For example, all right, everybody, ChatGPT is banned. From today onwards, no ChatGPT in the organization. I don't think that's a strategy. But probably a couple of examples of what can that possibly look like?
Yeah, so that would be more like, in my view, incorporating international standards. For example, there's an international standard called ISO 42001. So this in itself would also kind of govern how AI systems are being utilized in terms of And to give more context, as a financial services institution, AI is already being used to conduct things like credit scoring, and also used to do fraud detection, right? So when you deploy AI within your environment, you also need to ensure that there is robust AI governance structure within that same environment. So the same way you would incorporate robust data protection strategies by implementing local data privacy and protection frameworks, it would also be necessary, becomes necessary, to now implement strict AI governance frameworks in the organization as well. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Daniel. And then finally, I'm hoping we'll also get a couple of questions from the audience as I ask our panelists their final questions. To you, Faye, Jimmy, we can start with you. If you had to recommend one strategic shift, like there's one thing that you would tell business leaders in the room and even those who are watching online, what is that one thing that they should prioritize in the next 12 to 18 months to strengthen cyber resilience? What would that be?
Trust but verify.
Okay.
Assume a breach architecture. So one of the greatest things, or the fastest ways to grow your resilience mindset, infrastructure, processes, is to just assume that you have been breached. Assume you've been breached. Assume. Now, just let me divert a bit. We tend to have what I would call predictable models of cybersecurity. There are certain things that organizations list out as areas that are prone to breaches and areas that are being controlled. And over time, you find out that they keep focusing on some of these things. Also, you will hear the buzzwords, probably insider threat, data exfiltration, and all of that. And forget that as a living, breathing organism, business is dynamic, the threat landscape is dynamic, and things like AI, for example, have come in and introduced new areas that may not have been originally scoped in the threat assessment or risk assessment for that organization. So the shift now is just assume a breach. That allows the organization, from the executives to the individual operators, look at things with fresh eyes and say, fine, we haven't had issues around this area before, but what if we have and we are not aware of it? What are we doing? What happens if we have to bring this thing down? Can we continue to offer service? That speaks directly to resilience. So it will be I'm trying to dodge the buzzword of zero trust, but it's assume breach architecture, which means, yes, you have things in place that you have put in, trust, but continuously verify them, especially against emerging technologies and emerging risks.
All right, thank you. And what about you, Daniel? If there's one thing that you had to recommend?
Okay, so if there's one thing I have to recommend, it would be for business leaders to incorporate strict AI governance frameworks within their environment. Cybersecurity is beyond just firewalls. And documentation and chasing documentation is about actually operationalizing proactive resilience and making that shift. And for business leaders to be able to drive that shift, they need to be more involved. There needs to be executive participation. Cybersecurity should not just be viewed as an IT metric. So when you have executive participation and accountability, it's very easy to drive it across the organization, and then also ensuring that processes, people are fully incorporated into the strategy. So for me, I believe executive participation in driving AI governance is key, and that would be my my recommendation for business leaders to drive.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Daniel. Probably, do we have any questions from those in the room to either Daniel or Feyijimi? Any questions? All right. If we do not have questions, thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you so much, Feyijimi, for joining us this morning in that insightful discussion. Over to you, host.
Thank you very much. I would request that, thank you. I would request that you stand up for a photo. Talking of photos and AI, I would request that we also take a selfie. And if you're following us online, kindly tag us, feel free, under hashtag SCCB 2026 and post us. The most likes, the post with most likes will give you an award. Very well, thank you very much. Thank you. This gentleman, are you from Kisii? This gentleman looks like one of the presidential aspirants we have. And the Kenyans, you can relate, he looks like Matiang'i, right? I think we will give him a Kenyan name before he leaves Kenya. And that also reminds me, when Dr. Vincent was giving the keynote address, and I noticed the hat, and I knew in this room we have a true Nigerian. When I was growing up, in Kenya we watch a lot of Nigerian movies. You know, that is a major export we get, and music as well, as we give you medals from Olympics. And I really want to ask you, do these witches that people who turn to cats, is it real? I think that is a discussion we'll have. So I have some few questions, and you know, we are Santa and we're back. We have prizes for you, and I'm going to ask the table for the back benchers, because you have not been participating. I want you to ask you one question, and if you answer, I'm going to give you a prize. It's a very simple question. If you have been following, I think you'll be able to get it right. So, the very difficult question. Get ready, get ready. That table. Even a gentleman. A gentleman in a hoodie.
Okay.
It's a very difficult question.
You want to raise up?
Okay, so name for me one AI tool you know. Quite difficult, yeah?
I think an LLM, Grok, ChatGPT, Cloud.
That's okay, that's enough. We can give him a card for that difficult answer. That table on the back. The man from Jamaica. The gentleman from the one who has Rasta. Okay. Give me another tool that you know. AI tool that you have used before.
Oh yeah, he just mentioned the ones that I Grok.
Okay, tell me something you know about Smartcomply as a company. Okay, you can pass the mic to the lady on your left.
Please repeat the question.
Tell us anything that you have heard from the panelists that has been very insightful to you.
For me, it was the fact that we need to move from reactive security procedures to actually proactive procedures.
Very well. Please clap for them. All of you are going to get a physical copy of the report. And at this time, before we cross over to the next panel, I would like us to stand and stretch because I think we have been sitting for quite some time. So I'm going to sing a song that my daughter sings to me. And when you hear up, you go up. When you hear down, you go down, okay? You sit down. So the wheels on the bus go up and down, up and down, up and down. The wheels on the bus go up and down all through the town. Thank you very much. Clap for yourselves.
Thank you so much for that, David. So we'll move to the next section. Digital trust is strengthened through cross-border collaboration and regulatory alignment. So please help me welcome back Bemisola Osundrinda, the CEO, Smartcomply, as she moderates the fireside conversation.
Morning again to everyone, and all protocols duly observed. To the exciting part of today's session, where we discuss our fireside chat. But before I go ahead to introduce the panelists for this session, I would like to just briefly give an intro into it. So we stand at a pivot movement in African digital evolution. Kenya and Nigeria are just not the continent's two largest digital economy. They are the front line where future digital trust is being written. As we accelerate a more connected future, we ask ourselves this question: can our infrastructure scale as fast as our innovation? And this is going back to the fact that we have fintechs that are coming up rapidly and are very innovative, and at the same time, the policies, the governance that we have in place, are they able to scale as fast as these fintechs that are coming up? Just to give a brief about what the foundation of digital trust is all about. So digital trust is a foundational currency of the modern African economy. In Nigeria and also in Kenya, it is the primary driver for fostering innovation and maintaining long-term economic growth. Kenya and Nigeria are the frontline agenda or strategic framework, where in Nigeria we have the Digital Public Infrastructure, DPI, and in Kenya we have maturing data protection ecosystems, which rely basically on trust to build the gap between technology and the widespread adoption. Without trust, scaling across border becomes an impossible task. So this morning, beyond the policy summaries that we all have that is driving into the practical reality, we have brought together the architects of this landscape. The regulators will set the rules, and the enforcers or the enforcement leaders will defend them, to discuss how we can secure the horizon. Before we dive into our conversation, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the Commissioner Immaculate Kasite, CP Uche Ifeanyi, and of course Chief Inspector Simon Kipoto for their leadership and also sending their top experts to join us today. So please join me as I introduce our panelists and expertise who will be navigating this journey every day. And with me, welcome our first fireside chat guest, which is Dr. Vincent Olatunji, a titan of African digital governance and the National Commissioner, CEO of Nigerian Data Protection Commission, NDPC. is a visionary behind Nigeria's landmark 2023 Data Protection Act. And next, I'll be introducing our next speaker. So next speaker will be Mr. Oscar Otieno. He's around. Mr. Oscar? Okay, I think he has, you stepped out. Oh, okay, so I'll just introduce him when he comes in again. I'll move over to our third panelist, which is DSP Ebunika Inamdi Emmanuel, representing the NPF NCC Nigerian Police Force National Cyber Crime Center, a specialized police lawyer and prosecuting counsel who ensures that rigorous digital investigations are translated into justice in the court. And next, I'll be introducing Mr. Peter Mutunde, representing DCI, the Directorate of Criminal Investigation Kenya. Peter is cybercrime investigator or investigation and digital forensic expert at the National Forensic Laboratory, specializing in the technical complexity of digital evidence. Thank you so much, Peter, for joining us again. I don't know if Oscar is back in the room. Not yet, okay. So I'll just introduce him, and then when he comes in, we can just call him on board again. But he'll be representing the Commissioner Immaculate Kasite, and he's the Senior Deputy Data Commissioner in charge of complaints and enforcement. He stands at the critical intersection of technology, audit, and privacy regulation. So thank you very much. So thank you very much again for honoring us this morning. And just to start the session, we would like to go through the journey, both from the data protection perspective and also how the law enforcement are also coming in place. And my question will go to you first, Dr. Olatunji. The NDPC was established under the 2023 Act. Looking back at the first years, what has been the most significant moment that defined what the Commission would become?
Thank you very much. Good morning once again, everyone. Like I said during my presentation, we are deploying technologies. Through these technologies, our persons are captured on a regular basis. It's really important for us to know how such information is collected, processed, shared, secured, and so on. And that is where globally our attention is focusing towards putting in place appropriate legislation to ensure, to hold data controllers and processors accountable. The journey in Africa, which I shared before, our own in Nigeria, the foundation is actually in our constitution of 1999 amended, specifically section 37, speaking to the need to protect the privacy of all Nigerians and legal residents. Nothing was done until 2019 when the regulation was issued, shortly after the EU GDPR. And we tried to implement the regulation, which was a subsidiary legislation to another act. But that wasn't enough, so not until we now put in place a national legislation for data protection in Nigeria, which is the Nigeria Data Protection Act of 2003. I think what has really changed between then and now is the level of awareness that data subjects in Nigeria now know their rights, that when your data is to be collected, there is every need to seek your consent, and you have the right to even find out how such data is to be collected and shared. And data controllers and processors are now being held accountable to know that the era of collecting data and processing it the way you like without recourse to any law is over. So most of them now are not being held accountable, and that is why we're able to use some fines in the last 2.5 years to some banks, multinationals that will carry out a lot of investigations and compliance. And the fact that in terms of compliance, it has risen from just a figure of 630 to over 38,000 as we speak. In terms of skill gap, which we identified before, from less than 5,000, we are doing over 27,000 of skilled personnel working in the privacy ecosystem. In terms of revenue, creating an economy, we now have an economy that is worth over $16.2 billion in Nigeria within the space of 2.5 years. So in terms of awareness, accountability, job creation, revenue generation, rights of data subjects, and obligations of data controllers and processors, all these have really changed in Nigeria between where we started and now, that people are now beginning to ask questions about how the data is being collected, processed, and used.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Olatunji. And then one key thing I picked from there is that it affects both the users or the data owners and also the data collectors, where one has to be aware of his rights and the other has to be aware of or be accountable to what information is collecting and how it's storing it and also processing that information. This will take me to my next question, where I'll be moving more over to the law enforcement side, to DSP Namdi. As someone seeing threats daily through the NPF NCC, how would you describe the cybercrime reality that makes regulation so urgent in Nigeria?
So, thank you again for this opportunity. So, I will try to give Nigerians landscape in a nutshell and how more dynamic it is than people understand. So, in Nigeria, our threat landscape is very vast. So, almost every existent form of cybercrime actually exists in the Nigerian landscape, and it covers a wide variety of our institutions. So specifically, I will focus on the financial institutions because that's where the money is. Now, for Nigeria, our financial institutions have been a major target for cybercrime of recent. We've had a lot of increases in insider threats, ransomware, and some of these types of crimes, business email compromise, and the lot. We've seen a lot of it trending. Now, why is regulation very important? We've realized, specifically in financial institutions, that like the previous speaker said, people actually just focus on documentation, not actual maturity. And when you place these regulations and then you ask questions, so we've carried out active investigations and even some that prosecution is currently ongoing, where the cause of the incident was, on paper, they said they have this team, a cybersecurity team with a CISO, but in reality, there were just 3 people with responsibilities allotted around. And when they had a ransomware attack that happened, it basically froze all their systems, including their backups. So, and these people were not actual cybersecurity experts. So they just ticked a bunch of boxes, and when a particular point of regulation was needed and maybe an audit came up, I think that's what caused them to reach out to us that, oh, we're currently going through a crisis. Can you help? We're able to decrypt the ransomware because it was a known ransomware and something has been used before, so the decryption keys were available. But this just basically gives you the understanding that, like the previous session discussed about reactive, it was quite interesting to me why regulation is important, and I feel the enforcement of such regulations is also as important as well. But holistically speaking, most people are now aware, even in Nigeria, how much our threat landscape has evolved, and how I feel deeply that the institutions are not taking it into cognizance of how important those regulations are. So in a nutshell, I would say regulations are actually very, very important. They are the driving factor to even initiate certain reactive procedures. But going forward, we should find a system where we enforce them regularly, where audit checks are being made by regulators as frequently as possible, to actually see or differentiate when someone says, oh, we have all this, and then in reality, it's just 3 people running around. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Nnamdi. And from what I got from what you're saying is that instead of just them doing the talking, they're actually doing the doing,
yes,
in what they are pushing. And the main thing also that I took from there is in terms of also the knowledge gap for the team. I mean, they are experts in cybersecurity, but at the same time, they are not putting the right procedures and measures in place, which sometimes it could be due to board influence or the business influence.
Executive.
As they are cybersecurity experts, they should also be able to drive that narrative and try to bring them to the understanding to put those measures in place. Thank you so much for that. So I'll go over to you, Mr. Mutinde. Coming to the Kenyan landscape. So from the DCI cyber unit, how does Kenyan digital threat landscape look today? And how does enforcement keep pace with such a rapid digitalizing economy?
Thank you so much for the question. Good morning, everybody. When I talk about the Kenyan digital landscape, we understand that the threat landscape is expanding day in, day out due to the growth and adaptation of the digital infrastructure. We have the digitization of government operations, where we have the e-government operations that are being pushed by the state. With that, we get exposure of most of the Kenyans to cybercrime. We also have the instance of digitizing monetary operations, whereby we have the mobile money adaptation by most of the society at large, whereby we're moving from physical money to digital money and wallets. We also have the instance of phishing and social engineering, which is a common trend locally, which is also a crime enabler, whereby we have guys collecting whatever available information is online about each and everybody, known or not known to them, and they end up impersonating them and venturing into crime-related aspects in relation to mostly soliciting for money from friends and other individuals, which is on the rise mostly. And
Rapid digitalizing economy.
Oh, sure. Like the previous panelists were talking about almost the same. We, as law enforcers, tend to be more reactive than proactive because we respond to crimes as they happen. And that brings in the instance of enforcement, whereby we only deal with crimes that have been reported. However, we do sensitization, trainings to individuals and organizations, whereby we make sure that they are aware of the current trends and how best to go about them. But I won't forget to mention the Office of the Data Protection that is doing some good work in enlightening people on how to protect data and the various laws that may that will be applicable to data processors and handlers in case they breach instances of that relate to data regulation. Yes.
Very good. So just a offshoot question from this answer you just gave. So I would like to know how your forensic lab perspective, from the forensic lab, how has the nature of digital evidence changed in Kenya over the last year? Are business making it easier or harder for you to catch perpetrators?
Traditionally, investigations have been more of paperwork, whereby you need to record statements and all that in relation to crimes. But currently, with the adoption of tech key, whereby you're digitizing most of the operations and crimes are being committed online, we're foreseeing instances whereby we're moving more from physical evidence to digital evidence, whereby we've been developing strong teams to enact incident response. And in incident response, we have collaboration with other stakeholders in the society, including fintechs, banks, and also other corporate institutions like the Communication Authority or the KESAT. For banks, we have CBK as a dedicated team to handle cyber-related threats that touch on fintechs and banks. So with that, on incident response, we're getting some really good support and we are doing well on that side. Further to that, you realize after responding to scenes, you have to preserve evidence that is on the endpoints that we are looking at. So these teams that are responding have to be fully aware of what kind of evidence they're looking at, so that they may, on its volatility, knowing that digital evidence is volatile, you need to preserve it and then process it at the lab, whereby after acquiring all that volatile data that is digital in nature, we process it and then we able to generate reports that can be used for prosecution. And not forgetting that we also have a mandate to disrupt these organizations, rather these syndicates that are committing crimes. In this case, we have to make arrests, either intelligence-led operations whereby we use our internal measures to get to know them and take them down. Also, through collaboration with most stakeholders, we are able to take down, if it's online sites and all that, whereby we're getting much assistance from the regulators and also from other bodies like Afripol, Interpol. Like in the past, we've seen some good progress on cyber-related crimes, both mostly in West Africa and East Africa, where it was an it was intelligence-led operation.
Yeah, that's very insightful. I mean, it's so clear that both nations have built impressive framework, and just moving from where you stopped in terms of collaboration across multiple sectors and industries to make your investigation seamless when having it. We would like to now move away from the rules of the road and check how rules are not only effective as the hand that enforce them, but are also effective across board. And that's where we'll talk about the hands of how we move from policies on the paper to active cooperation when crisis actually hits the ground, which is why I said coming from where you just spoke about. And the first question I would like to ask is, when a data breach occurs, where does regulators' job end? And where does the enforcement, the police investigators, or investigation begins? How do you, or how does the 4 officers coordinate the real time and coordinate themselves in real time and also talk with each other when such breaches or incidences happen? And I would like Dr. Vincent to start off.
Thank you. Now, one case in Nigeria, we have the whole police team working with us permanently. So if there is any investigation that we need to carry out, there are processes, there are laid out procedures, like if there is any report is made to us or we found out of any breach, the first thing we do is to write to the data controller and processor, asking them to provide basic information about compliance. That is the starting point, to even know, are they even processing data in compliance with provisions of the law or not. When they look at this, we do a proper evaluation. They will now evaluate their data processing activities. That's what is called ROPA, Record of Data Processing Activities. When we will have done our own work, we invite them to what we call PAC. That is the pre-action conference. We are representatives of the organization, their DPCO, their DPO, the officers in charge of data processing will be there, our legal team will be there, I think kind of team will be there, our police team will be there. So we will carry out the kind of proper interrogation. It's only when we need to make an arrest outside Abuja that we now contact other police formations to support us, to work with us. And during the park, usually, I think from my experience, we, at the end of each park, they are asking, oh, we agree or we accept that, yes, we've really heard. Please, what should we do? And that is why our approach has always been, we found out breaches, we slime it with fine. No. We found out breaches, these are the areas of non-compliance. Go do remediation. We monitor you for 6 months and pay a remedial fee to government. And most of them, we never had any issue of any serious one, terms of resistance or whatever. Even matter that took us to court, eventually they came back to say, oh, please, let's set you out of court. All others have been, okay, please, let's do a remediation and just do what is right, comply and move on. The only 2 organizations that were actually sanctioned, which was MultiChoice and Fidelity Bank, but because their level of cooperation was not to the level that we expected, at a point they became complacent, as if nothing will happen, this is government. Not until we got that point, we will say we want to issue a penalty, which will be a percentage of your annual revenue. And we've only done 2, most of the other ones have been remediation. So we don't already had any serious case of or serious arrests or working with other organizations, but other organizations, when they carry out investigations that are related to issues of data, personal data or checking information about them, they do write to us to say, please provide A, B, C, D information about this organization. Are they processing data in compliance to the provisions of the Nigerian Television? For instance, ICPC, EFCC, Nigeria Police, a lot of them write to us to find out about this information. So I would say, in our case, yes, we have a lot of collaboration with law enforcement organizations, but we have our own police team carrying investigation. So if they have anything, they will go to their colleagues in other locations. Our investigations we've always been within the commission, and from start to finish, we never had any. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vincent, for that. And I'll throw the question over to you, to Mr. Peter. When data breaches occur, where does the regulator jobs end, and where does the police investigator comes in? And then how are the 2 different parts actually working together to ensure that they are communicating, they are also relating with each other, and also collaborating, as I would say. I know you've touched a bit about it, but just give us a brief of how it comes from the data protection regulation over to the police sector part.
Thank you so much. Traditionally, we noted that in Kenya, we had the Cybercrime Act that was in place, dated back in 2018. Through legislature, we've had a few challenges of repealing some of the clauses in the Act. And then there came in the Data Protection Act, which was enacted. And after it was enacted, it was providing regulation, rather guidelines on how data processors should handle data. This brought in the field a fair play, whereby all data processors had a liability to protect the data that they held, be it MNO, a fintech institution, or a service provider, whatever kind of. So in this case, the fintechs and other data handlers have moved to be more proactive with data security or cybersecurity issues that they may be exposed to. So in their case, they are required to be proactive so that they be able to protect whatever data they have, or rather themselves against cybersecurity. And then now comes in the other side. In case these issues that are preempted, escalated, and they become a crime, and it is reported, now that's when the role of the Directorate of Criminal Investigations picks in, whereby a case is reported and immediately is escalated. It is now investigated fully, and the process picks in, whereby we start with the instant response, collection of evidence that is digital, preservation, presentation, and then to prosecution. So it's a multi-stakeholder event all through. The whole process is guided by, it requires the participation of each and every agent, because at the end of the day, we will need to have evidence, evidence source, confirm that indeed they were the handlers or the owners of such data or information that was collected that's going to be used for prosecution purposes. And also for the investigative department to provide enough reasons and also defend the fact that they handled the evidence in the rightful manner, that they did not expose it to any third parties who may have misused it for any other reason that are not intended for this purpose. So you find everybody is involved in the whole process, since the data is from collection to the last bit. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So from the aspect of the data office, the law enforcement doesn't come in until when there's a crime, and then the law enforcement, once they get the notification that this is leading to a crime, they come in and do the whole investigation, the collection, till the end of the whole process as a whole. And this will take me to my next question. I'll start with you, Nnamdi. What do you wish corporation leaders and regulators understood better about the technical difficulties of investigating digital crime?
That's an interesting question. So, in Nigeria, we have a lot of agencies, and we have a lot of actions where we are trying to improve general collaboration. One thing that is not easy to communicate to both policy leaders and both executives is that when you're handling cases and issues around cyber-enabled crime, digital crimes as a whole, time is of the essence. That's one. Two, evidence can be very volatile. Three, at the end of the day, if collaboration will definitely accelerate your outcomes. So when you're trying to explain this, it's a lot of ifs coming. Why this? People talk about issues around rights, that the information they are sharing is too much, it won't help. So one thing I try to make people understand is that, technically speaking, data privacy and investigations are not really different. Once you have a proper data privacy framework, right, there's a clear understanding of the information that you as law enforcement needs. So they're not really different. That's one. Two, when you go to the ambit of collaborating in Nigeria, where our real problem comes in is that a lot of people hold a lot of information. So you're not getting information from just one person. And Nigeria is very vast, and there's a lot of issues in getting information, even across borders. If people could understand that sharing data and creating frameworks for sharing data seamlessly with certain standards in place to prevent any individual from saying my data was misused, or there was no justifiable cause to get my data, you would have less of a problem. So that's one of the things in Nigeria that it's difficult to understand. But so far so good. We've made a lot of strides. We've established different frameworks, including the Joint Case Team on Cybercrime, where multiple agencies and those teams, we collaborate with multinational organizations like Meta. We also collaborate with international law enforcement agencies, as well as our private partners. So one of our key private partners that we actually collaborate with here that helps us manage information and intelligence and a little bit of proactive threat intelligence in policing is Oculus. They've been quite helpful even in developing initiatives to improve our law enforcement capacity and capabilities. So we understand from our point of view that making policymakers understand the need for collaboration, sharing of information, and why it's important in digital evidence is not easy. But as a general rule of thumb, we just try our best to make sure we steer the ship in that direction, keep putting the policies we have down, the frameworks we have in place, and improving it holistically. But hopefully, this will be more streamlined going forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Nnamdi. And two main points I picked from there was how to change the narrative of people and letting them know that data protection is not different from, they're not so far-fetched from investigation, because both work hand in hand when it comes to collecting information. And last but not the least, having a shared data framework where people know what is expected of them to share when such incidents happen. So going over to you, Mr. Peter, same question. What do you wish corporate leaders and regulators understand better about the technical difficulties of investigating digital crime? I know you touched a bit about it, but just giving them a brief of the difficulties there and how you would like them to cooperate with you when such occurs.
Notably, I would say this. The collaboration bit has challenges whereby different agencies feel entitled to owning the data, that despite the fact that they need the investigation take place, completed, and most of it all prosecution for the offenders or the perpetrators take place. So the collaboration bit is the one that is most challenging, whereby everybody feels entitled to discovering and keeping hold of what they discovered with themselves. The disclosure bit is what is a challenge, most with banks, fintechs, and also telcos. And also all these are the upcoming institutions that are embracing technology as a whole and are processing data. So I want to challenge all the offices of data protection, both in Kenya and Nigeria, that they swiftly enforce the regulations that they have in place to ensure that there is supervised disclosure of data from the affected institutions to the law enforcement agencies that are supposed to enforce the law so that we be able to curb the instance of cybercrime, which is a menace currently, because there used not to be regulation that would enforce the law. Because with the law, without regulation that is used to enforce it, we're definitely not going to curb the instance of cybercrime, which is a menace currently, both locally and globally, because the syndicates operate you have a syndicate in Kenya, which has a account in Nigeria, South Africa, and becomes a menace. You try to follow up them from Nigeria, they run away to Kenya. The group that is in Kenya as the other group tells the guys in Nigeria, you fly to South Africa, you meet over there, or we meet, move from some place, go to Uganda, go to Cameroon. We'll be able to coordinate our events from there. And then also, my colleague here can confirm that the operatives are all over the world, not even in Kenya alone, and Africa. Like locally, we have our friends from Nigeria who are running away from Australia. They're doing their things from around. Others from UAE. They just come, set up our buzz here, and then they leave the operatives around running those funny hubs, and then they go back to where they're coming from. All they do is, we do business email compromise, trying to see where there is money flowing, and then we siphon the money, share it with the guys who are able to cash it out, send it back here. So with the regulation enforced, enacting or rather implementing the law would be very easy and simple. So I challenge all regulators to stand up to the task.
I totally agree with you on that, and I'll give an example that recently happened based on that, and that was just a combination of efforts across borders where you had an issue happen in Kenya, a transfer was sent, and it was the person that it was sent to was not a legitimate person. And once they were able to pick up on that, they were able to relate to foreign parties in the US to help with stopping that transaction, from stopping that person from withdrawing that money. And that was like almost $500,000. And that was a very interesting way to see how collaboration can be done across borders, just to make sure that this cybercrime or criminals are not, how will I put it, are not being active, and they're not getting what they actually want from us. So over to the last question before we go to the next section. What is the one thing Nigerian could learn from Kenya's approach and vice versa? And I would like to start with Peter again before I go to Dr. Vincent and then Nandi.
To be sincere and honest, is that Nigeria and Kenya have almost similar trends. And that is best told when you visit Nigeria and you come back again in Kenya, you're like, these guys are just living our life and we're also living their life. Like we share much in common, despite the distance between us and them. So what am I saying? I'm saying most of the trends taking place in Kenya are practical in Nigeria and vice versa. So whatever your fears are back home are similar fears right here. Like we're learning from each other. So whatever new trends you see there and tricks, same thing is happening around. Whatever crimes are taking place back is taking place here. However, you guys are pushy. Like whatever you start, you don't quit that fast. Unlike Kenyans, some Kenyans give up very fast. I know that for a fact. You can agree that with the audience, right? So what am I trying to say when I say this? When I put across this point, I'm saying that in the field of learning, we are at par. The gap is not notable because all practices are replica in each country. But I won't hesitate to say that we don't need to look alike in the criminal field. Let's desist from crime. Let's uphold integrity towards the cyber secure space, because it's where we are featuring in. We got nothing else. That's the cyberspace is all that we have currently, because we seated here with one interest, to protect all that we have worked hard for. So let's embrace a secure cyberspace towards securing the world we're living in, and for a better Africa, that is.
Thank you so much for that, Peter. Over to you, Dr. Valentini.
Thank you very much. As well as mentioned by the last speaker, we have a lot of similarities, and that is why it's really important for us to have proper handshake in whatever we are doing. In the data privacy space, when we started our own journey in Nigeria, the 10-year data protection law was put in place, and the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner was put in place in 2019. So when we started as, we were still working with the regulation, and we had a bureau working on our own law. We actually came here in 2022 to learn from their experience, to them to share with us what they have done between when their law was put in place and in our case that we are working on our own law. And we, in the landscape, data privacy landscape, there are similarities. And in our own case, we try to learn from a lot of countries. Like Kenya, we were here in Kenya, we were in Ghana, we were in Canada, we were with the ICO in the UK. So we picked from the experiences of all these countries to look at, now looking at our own peculiarities, our own culture, our own people, the level of, the knowledge of data privacy. That's why we came up with our own unique model of implementation, which is a PPP model, where we license DPCO. These are experts in data privacy. As I said before, that skill gap is there. And for a government organization like, in our own case, to effectively implement our law, it's very difficult for an agency that just coming up, looking at the population of about over 230 million people. The land mass, which is massive, over 928,000 square kilometers. Number of local government, it's huge. That's why we came up with the PPP model, which is now unique to us. Smartcomply is one of our licensed DPCOs. And that model, to a large extent, has really distributed from others. And in terms of compliance, in terms of enforcement, in terms of impact, in terms of awareness, knowledge, and every capacity, to a large extent, with this model, we'll be able to move far. But the good thing is that we are all working together, not only with Kenya, at the level of NAFPA. This is the Network of African Data Protection Authorities. As I said before, that as we speak, 38 countries now in Africa have their data protection authorities. We have a platform where we meet on a regular basis, exchange ideas, having a kind of peer review, look at what can really work for us as a people, as a continent. And through it, we're able to have a lot of collaborations. Like last year when we hosted that meeting, Kenya, they were there.
Yes.
The last GPA in Seoul. Kenya, huge delegation, and they won 4 awards. We felt the award was not only for Kenya, it was for all of us. All African countries came out to celebrate them. So that collaboration is there, and the scope of our own law, for instance, covers data controllers and processors that domicile in Nigeria and process data of Nigerian legal residents, and also data controllers and processors outside Nigeria processing the data of Nigerians. So how do we now want to enforce our law in Kenya, for instance? So we don't have a choice. We have to work with the Office of Data Protection Commissioner to ensure that if there's any breach, if there's anything we need to do here in Kenya, we have to work with them to ensure that that is done. So that collaboration is the key thing that we need to speak to and ensure that we put in place appropriate framework for all of us to work together for knowledge exchange, capacity building, peer review, and enforcement of our laws. Thank you.
a framework to make it seamless. And over to you, Nandi.
Okay, so from a law enforcement perspective, Nigeria participated with Kenya in an Interpol-led operation called Serengeti. They've had various installations of it, Cybersecurity, Serengeti 1 and 2. So one thing we learned from Kenya was, so apparently the Kenyan police have a very active relationship with their CERT. So their CERT supports them in certain investigations actively and shares intelligence with them. So we got to find that out during our Serengeti operations because it involved a lot of disruptions and takedowns. So we too, usually the disruptions were usually done by us solely, but we also involved our certs, and it now became a proper framework that we're using where we and our certs will go on large-scale disruptions of malicious infrastructure, malware, low-key bots, or anything around that nature, even child sexual exploitation material. So that's one thing we learned from Kenya. But I would say one thing I would propose to them as a way of going forward is to establish a sort of joint investigation infrastructure like Nigeria. So Nigeria has something called the Joint Case Team on Cybercrime. So multiple agencies that have, a mandate. So the police has a very large mandate in Nigeria. You have agencies like the Financial Intelligence Unit, which like the NFIU, we have the Trafficking in Persons, we have the Office of the National Security Advisor, the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. All of us participate in this joint case team with active members seconded, working on cases, improving collaboration across board under the Attorney General specifically. We bring in knowledge and information from different sectors. So where we see that a case is very important and we don't have the time to keep writing the normal administrative bottlenecks of writing letters, placing requests, and it may take a couple of weeks. So the joint case team, basically, this case is important, or we've noticed a proactive scenario that we need to work on. We actually have access to individual databases and information. We bring them together. We solve these cases actively on the spot. What would normally take a joint investigation team sending letters and collaborating a couple of weeks or months or even a year can take us like a week or 5 days at most. So that's one of the structures that is suggested to be adopted by Kenya. It's something we just started recently in April 2025. So it's inaugurated and just under the MOU we signed with the UK government, the Canadian police, the United States. So we're actively collaborating with them, the different agencies and other partners to see how we can improve our response. So for me, that's one of those things.
Thank you so much for that. The key point we focused here on was collaboration and lesson learned from both the Kenyan perspective and the Nigerian perspective. And together, when we work together, it makes it a faster and quicker process for everyone. Having that framework structured, having that team that helps investigation and cybercrime process move faster is what we aim to achieve at the end of the day. So going over to our last session where we'll discuss how, so we have discussed collaboration, we have discussed about the technicalities and how teamwork is required behind the scene. And for the founders in the room, the most important question is what's next? So let's shift our focus to the horizon. So to see what in the next 24 months will hold for us and for them and their organization. I would like to send the first question to Dr. Vincent, and then Nandi and Peter can take it up from there. If you could send one message to every CEO and CISO in this room about what's coming in the enforcement over the next 2 years, what would it be?
I think the most important thing in this era of AI is for everyone to be prepared. And the era of just ticking the box is over. Where you tick the box and you think you are deceiving the regulator, you are deceiving yourself. When there are breaches, when there are issues, all this will never come to bear. So we should be intentional about the level of compliance and measures that we are putting in place to protect the data of all citizens. Because a single breach can bring down your whole investment. And that is why it's really important for all of us to know that we need to continue to create awareness, ensure that data controllers and processors comply with the provisions of the law. Otherwise, no compliance can lead to serious problems for them. It's not only a legal requirement, merely a legal requirement. It is a thing, or it is a must to do for all of us, and we should have that at the back of our mind that, yes, this is what we need to do to ensure that we prevent breaches, we earn customers' trust. Because without trust, without confidence in whatever you are doing, there's no business for you. So the message to them is, please comply, comply, comply.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Vincent. Nnamdi?
So, well, one message won't quite cut it, but I'll try my best. So, to, like Dr. Vincent said, we need to move past the era of checking boxes to security maturity. But my first message to the CEOs, specifically the CEOs, is allow your CISOs the ability to do their job very well. Make sure you give them the freedom they require to implement proper policies that will secure you. Why am I directing this directly to the CEOs? Because at the end of the day, as a CEO, what is important to you is business continuity and profits, and making sure your investors are very, very happy. But allow your CISOs to do their job. Now that's very important, because I've handled issues that if the CEOs actually allow the CISOs to do their job very well, they wouldn't have happened. And when we came in, we ended up actually having to sit down with their board of directors and key individuals in the bank and then stipulate rules that, or things that must be in place, and the CISO must be in charge of them. If not, in our investigation, while forwarding it to the central bank, we would state that the bank was complacent in doing this, so they had to comply. So for the CEOs and founders, and if you're a CEO or a founder, you don't have somebody in charge of your data protection or your CISO, please employ one and make sure you have those processes in place. Now, for the CISOs, I would say actually make sure you have security maturity. Don't just do it for the check boxes, and then when your CEO asks you, you say, oh, everything is fine. You actually have to test your process. You have to actually make sure your playbooks are actually working. Because when you say that, oh no, we have everything, we have the best softwares, there's everything working in our system, there's no problem, that's actually not true. Because when the threat happens and you're actually being tested, you realize that everything will fall apart. So test your systems. Another thing I would advise the CISOs to look out for is there's a current rise of insider threats, be it Nigeria, be it Kenya, anywhere. This is an opportunity for you to understand that. Now, insider threat sounds like something that's it's not that deep, but it is. So far in cases we've handled, as far as I can remember, financial institutions and banks have lost more than $70 million that are currently being handled and investigated by me, not by other people. This is my own personal experience. I'm trying to make you understand this is a reality. It is not a situation where you joke about it and then you relax. So when you discuss with your management, actively inform them that, look, our key individuals or key staff that are in charge of certain important factors, we put them to the tests. You run tests to make sure they are aware, they are conscious. You also check to make sure they're not. We can go as far as pen testing institutional websites, bringing it down, and then telling them, look, this is the issues. So these are things that I would suggest you do, and then just trust only in your model. So as a personal advice to the CEOs and CISOs is what I would say. institutional-wise, please try your best to cooperate with law enforcement, right? We are here to help you. As funny as it sounds, we are actually here to help you. Cooperate with law enforcement so that we can help you, and we will do our best to make sure we meet up to your expectations. So that's my own. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nnamdi, for that. Peter, final words?
Sorry. This is what I would say. The first thing I'll talk about investment is organizations, the CTOs, CEOs who are all here. As we invest, remember that you need some protection. It is all offered by the investigative duty organization like the DCI in this case, or police department in this case. So as you make sure that your staff are at par with tech and everything, grab some guys from his office, from our office, make sure that they are trained together with your staff for them to be at par. So as you invest, make sure that whoever you expect to protect you is at par with you. Secondly, public-private partnership is very important as we undertake the cyber security, as we up the game in cyber security. Let's collaborate towards nurturing a relationship that can deliver a cyber secure space for ourselves. The other one is oversight and regulatory. As institutions, both in public and private sector, let's embrace each other. Don't say I'm 100 miles away while the partner you depended on is 2 miles far from the starting line. When we are at par, we are able to move as a team and enjoy the same fruits of our labor. There is no need of being in heaven while we are on earth still, and we expect to celebrate together in heaven. So when we walk and work as a team, we deliver, enjoy the fruits as a team. So let's embrace each other and work as teams, not as silos.
Thank you very much for that. Very impactful. So collaboration, working team, have the data privacy framework across board of what is to be shared or not to be shared, and also have the public, have the international bodies and partnership across border too. So last question, before we leave the rooms for 1 or 2 questions from our audience. What gives you hope for the future of digital trust in Africa, and what is the one threat that keeps you up at night? Dr. Isintolatunji?
I think with the level of the adoption of digital technologies, as I said before, there is no escape. That is the currency of the new world. And for any country, that want to be relevant, that want to contribute, that want to contribute, there is no escape. So we need to put in place measures to ensure that we play active roles. My keynotes, I put out some figures, the global value and so on. For us to actually take our own chunk from it, we need to work hard at home with capacity, create awareness and so on. For us to be part of the global trend. And in any case, we don't have any choice. Sorry, what's the second part of the question?
And the second part is what keeps you up at night?
Excellence. In whatever I do, I believe I should be perfect. Maybe impossible, but I have to. And I've actually deepened that in my place of work that I keep saying that as a regulator, it should be proper for data controllers and processors to come, and they're the one telling you what you should know ordinarily. They should come, you should teach them, let them know what they don't know, and bring out the loopholes in the activities. So by the time you are going, let them say, oh, with learning. That has been experience. That keeps me awake always. Walk. And to a large extent, that has really been a major focus at all my teammates, the commission with all of them. There is no half measure to anything. You must be up there, must stand out for you to be able to make the desired impact. So that keeps up every time.
So if you are looking at it from the data protection part, what threat will keep you up at night?
That's an national will come and tell me what I should know ordinarily. I don't like it.
Yes.
I want to be ahead always.
Oh.
You know, the competition out there is so massive that for you to excel your field, you need to stand out. You need to do some things extraordinarily for you to know more, to you to do. And this ecosystem is very dynamic, it keeps changing. So you need to keep learning that when you speak or when things come to your desk, you know the next thing to do. Not that, oh, you are afraid of.
Definitely. Thank you so much for that, Vicent. Back to you, Nandi.
Okay. What was the first one?
The first question is, what gives you hope for the future of digital trust in Africa? And the second is, one threat that keeps you up at night.
Okay, so for me, what gives me hope? For Africa, we're rapidly assimilating the digitalization era, AI. Why I'm hopeful for digital trust specifically is that to a very large extent, we've realized that we need to actually have frameworks and structures in place to make sure people that make use of our digital services infrastructure are safe, their information is safe, and actively governments have put certain policies in place on a large scale. So I'm kind of happy about that. And law enforcement has been empowered with certain duties to make sure you keep your people safe, and then that is rapidly evolving irregardless of the evolution of AI. Now, at the same time, what keeps me up at night? Well, as a law enforcement officer, a lot of things keep you up at night. But primarily, I would say for the area of cybercrime. Now, fraud has evolved quite rapidly since the evolution of AI, and I mean very rapidly. And it has become very difficult to counter it, without moving as fast as the evolution. And your laws and your regulatory frameworks are also struggling to keep pace. For example, social engineering, deep fakes, for example, business email compromise. Before, you could spot a business email compromise from maybe the grammar is really poor, understand, the sentence construction is trash. But now, once you use AI and it looks like something that was written by a professional writer, and a lot of people fall victims. Carrying out, when I carry out pen tests, I know I'm a lawyer, but I do pen tests. So when I'm carrying out penetration testing, usually it's a lot of you doing the work, right? But now you can basically use AI to automate some of these functions, and everything just happens. So, and then you have people that are what we call in cyber parlance script kiddies. Before, they had to go online, search for a script, copy and paste. Now AI can basically just write it for them, and they can tailor it to what they want. So basically what keeps me awake at night is the evolution of cybercrime due to the AI era, and how we are struggling to basically keep up. I do hope we're able to keep up and keep our citizens safe. So for me, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And Peter? The hope, what gives you the hope in Africa? And then what's the one threat that keeps you up at night?
My hope and the reason that I may be up at night might be intertwined, one and the same thing. The desire to be better. Why? When I went to school first, I didn't know whether I'll be doing what I do currently, to be a software developer, of which I did it. And then after that, time after time passed on. And then later on, I realized I joined the the DCI became an investigator. Now I was not supposed to be a developer any longer, but counter crime that has been facilitated by the peers I used at times to share table with, both in school or out there. Some have been my students, some have mentored over seminars and all that. So the desire now to be better, that gives me hope that Africa shall be liberated from crimes when we adapt, we tune ourselves towards being better in what we do. The reason why I may still be up is those small wins. Any moment I close a file that I was investigating after, I managed to unearth A, B, C, D that led to X, Y, Z. Those are good moments that I really hang on there until I'm done. And this is towards securing the Africa space that we live in, that we share differently, because from the investigative perspective, we all techies and we understand technology and how best to go about it. But like he said, you just wake up and then you cannot access your WhatsApp, or your SIM card has been swapped, or some money you're expecting in your account is not there, only to call back and told you, we paid you even 2 weeks earlier. And you're like, oh. So those instances when you uncoil what happened behind the scenes are moments of greatness, and anybody will want to be up late trying to uncover that. It's all through learning the hope and the desire.
Thank you very much for that. Very impactful and insightful. And I'll leave the floor to our audience. I maybe have 1 or 2 questions from the audience to our panelists. Okay?
A very interesting panelist. The only thing missing is the South African. They all beat us at jamming before stealing vehicles. My question is, especially to the Kenyan, and I'm sure it applies to also the Nigerian context. You've said that mainly the Kenyan law enforcement efforts are reactive, not proactive. But when you look at and analyze our counterterrorism operations, you will see a lot of sensitive site exploitation in play. Why are the same techniques applied when it comes to fraud, especially from the business side of fraud, and we see them being applied? We see lots of digital forensics and incident response when it comes to counterterrorism ops, or unless you've hit Mwangi's bank. Why am we seeing the same when Bear has been same swapped?
Are you going to take 2 or more?
Yeah, we can take 2 more questions.
Thank you. My name is Kelvin. So I have asked a question in regards to AI. Africa is largely a consumer of AI, and so we have all this sensitization where you tell us, don't share your data outside there, do not do this, do not do that. But beyond that, is there a way the state can come into, let's say, with the creators of ChatGPT, creators of Copilot, identify all these loopholes and decide what is best for our state, so that as we keep consuming, as a consumer, I may not be able to go through all this behind the scenes, but the state is capable of accessing such information. So is there something you can do?
That deals with how you investigate the investigation process when it comes to SIM swiping and fraudulent transactions. I got your question right. Slow paced in it. Okay, so financial crime and investigation, how can you rapidly resolve such things without just the same way as fiscal investigation goes on and you're able to wrap up on it quickly? So how can that apply to financial fraud investigations too?
Thank you for the question. In relation to proactiveness and reactiveness on how we handle investigations, mine will be a joke first. In Kenyan perspective, we talk about terror. Everybody doesn't want to be anywhere close to that, right? True. We talk about financial theft. Everybody wants to snoop and see how much money was stolen. Now, next. Most of the proactive operations that are carried around, like the anti-terrorism operations, and like the fintech crimes, is because of something that we've been talking about for the moment we've been in this stage, and I call it disclosure. Financial institutions, be it startups, the well-established institutions, all have the problem of disclosing similar frauds because of the regulatory consequences that they face when they disclose. A good example is a bank or a fintech, a startup that does facilitate, let's say, mobile money transfer or online transfer. Before that organization decides, now we are ready to talk about it with the investigative department, they will be like, we've not even spoken with our regulator, and the regulator will fine us even before we go to the next level, so we better keep quiet about it. So the affected parties are the ones who will realize, oh, our institution is financially struggling. Can we make noise about it? By the time you start making noise and realize that they lost their money 2 months ago, and they refuse to talk about it because they fear the regulator will punish them, becomes a tall order. Only a whistleblower spoke about it, of them struggling to get funds from their organization, or a certain product not working out as it's supposed to work, because they fear being fined by the regulator who enforces how such operations should take place. Unlike the terror operations, whereby by the time when you hear your neighbor talk about something terror-like, you've already reported and shared. You don't care. You're like, let me talk about this. I'm not ready to die of terrorism. But you hear anything about money laundering, you're like, how much money is going to be split? What is my share if I don't talk about it? So we are the problem of what? We create our own problems by choosing sides on what to share and what not to share as individuals, as organizations, and other parties involved in all this. So the moment we appreciate that crime is crime and should be reported fully in accordance to the regulations and set out guidelines, we'll be able now to see proactive instances. My colleague will tell you very correctly, he has never investigated a case of attempted fraud. They never report. Even if you see it in your organization, you're like, oh, we stopped it. The guys who are trying it, let them go to hell. You don't care who they are. But then once it strikes you, that's when you now be like, let me now disclose it to the regulator and then to the investigator. But all attempted, which are the ones that are supposed to guide us towards proactive operations, whereby we're able now to dismantle those syndicates, take them down, and also be able to have a safer space. Let me give an example. In Kenya, there is these online scams that are taking place more often. Somebody opens a platform, they tell you invest. You know all of them, you're like, oh, they are good returns. Instead of reporting these sites, you go in pumping your money. Just like blockchain, how it happens. You bring 2 coins, tomorrow they are 10, the other time you see them increasing. Once you are done with your coins, how much you got. So when you put your last coin, everything goes down and you're like, oh, how did they know I exhausted my reserve? They have stolen my money. So we need to be proactive ourselves for us to stop being reactive. We stop being reactive, embrace proactiveness for a better, safer society on all matters crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for that. Andy, so second question was going about AI, how a lot of people are using this AI tools. So how can we help drive the narrative to let them know what exactly they can do on the AI platform, and how we can also push that narrative to them? So what is allowed and what is not allowed to be put on the AI platform which is being used?
So,
okay, question.
I believe your question basically surrounds AI policy and data privacy using AI. So I strongly believe most AIs come with safeguards, right, existent in them. Those safeguards prevent you from asking an AI how to make a bomb, something like that. Now, in Nigeria, I already know that government organizations, even the FCCPC, the NDPC, they actively engage with these companies to find out their privacy policies, the restrictions that are being placed on AI, so that people won't make use of them in a very malicious way. But one thing you also have to know is that, like I said, things that keep me at night is the ever-evolving nature of artificial intelligence. When you bring out a new model and someone tests that new model enough, they can jailbreak the model to tell them how to make a bomb. It's quite known. So when they do these jailbreaks, the companies will scramble to try and fix them. So at the end of the day, the summary of what I would say is, I believe it's an active process. It's not something that's just done once and for all. You continue engaging with these companies to make sure if you upload your information on your AI or their AI chatbots, these are the restrictions that are in place. They are able to check that those restrictions are actually maintained in place. And at the same time, when a model is jailbroken, they need to quickly find patches that they can roll out in a matter of days or hours. So I believe for me, that is what is going on in Nigeria. I would say mostly this job falls on regulators. As law enforcement, usually it would be when maybe these organizations are doing such things or creating such tools maliciously and enabling such acts, then we can actually take action against them. But regulators, if someone comes to your country or is carrying out business in your country, you're doing your possible best to allow the person to have ease of business continuity. At the same time, you're making sure your citizens are safe while using their platform. So I feel like it's a regulatory function, and also the job of citizenry to highlight key areas where the regulators can step in to say, oh, this is something I discovered that the AI allows people to do. Can you look into this and question them as to why this is right or wrong? That's what I believe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nnamdi, for that. I hope that answered your questions. Over to you, Dr. Vincent.
I think the question is on cross-border data transfer between Kenya and Nigeria. I think it should even go beyond that. About among African countries and globally, there is what is called adequacy status, where as a country, if you have enforceable data subject rights, enforceable data protection rights, laws, independent data protection authority, there are instruments that you can now use for data, cross-border transfer of data. It can be your business corporate rules, standard subcontracting clauses, certifications, or even simple service level agreements, which you both agree to guide in whatever you are doing in terms of data protection and privacy. In our case, Nigeria, we don't have a choice than to work with all the countries that we are relating with. More importantly, where there is constant exchange of goods and services, where we move on a regular basis. In Africa, for instance, under the spirit of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, where the aim is to allow free flow of goods and services, and now digital trade, and that will involve the possession of huge amount of personal data. So that's why all countries are being encouraged to ensure that they have their national legislations. And as I said before, 38 already put in place their laws. And Kenya put them in place in 2019, Nigeria 2023. So we are working closely to ensure that if there is anything in the area of cross-border data flow, we can exchange data freely without any hindrance. The most important thing is to give us that comfort, that data adequate security on that data. And that's why I keep saying that we can't say we want to practice full localization of data with digital trade that we are preaching, with the constant use of digital platform for services, for businesses, for sports, for socials and everything. So all we need to do is to ensure that appropriate laws are put in place and these transfer instruments are robust enough for you to do cross-border transfer of data. And between Kenya and Nigeria, we have that and we are good to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Dr. Vincent, thank you, Nnamdi and Peter. And this brings us to the end of our fireside chat. And what I'm taking away from this conversation is that digital trust isn't a solo act. It has to do with the emphasis of playing with the regulations and also the industries working together to ensure that we build the architecture of digital integrity, requiring us all to see the threat before the threat sees us. And keynotes that we took from here is, in terms of collaboration is needed across border, whether across different sectors, that's having the regulators, the law enforcement, and even all these industries that are involved in these practices to act as one, be able to have that trust within each other to give information when needed, and also able to speak up when there's a threat or there's a fraudulent activity, so that the right parties and the right bodies are able to help address and resolve it. And thank you again to our esteemed guests and panelists for your time and your leadership. And also, please join me to give a round of applause to our panelists for the wonderful conversation we've had this morning. Wow. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was a very heated chat. May we stand for a photo, kindly? Good. Let me take my selfie so that they can know I was hanging out with the big boys. Wow, good stuff. I didn't know that Kenya and Nigeria share similar challenges in terms of cybercrime. And I was wondering if Peter was not in the DCI, he would probably been part of the people who who will be checking. So at the moment, there is a tea that is served, but we are not going to have a tea break. So I will request table 1 and 2 to go grab something and come back. Then we will proceed with the other tables, because I'm being advised that we are behind time. In the meantime, I would like our stage managers to come on stage. Sorry about that. Prepare for the next session, which will be unveiling.
Absolutely, that's the next session, and that was such a nice conversation. What my takeaway was actually from Peter, he's technically urging us to be snitches. So if you see something, then say something. And I will be a snitch. I accept that call to action from you. And you know, before anything enters the 254,
compliance,
then it has to go through immigration, right? Then, well, I am pleased to report that Smartcomply has been fully vetted, approved, stamped, and officially cleared for landing. And not only has it cleared immigration, it's ready to integrate, adapt, and thrive in our ecosystem. So ladies and gentlemen, today we are giving Smartcomply its Kenyan passport. Karibu to the 254, and to make it official, please join me in welcoming our CEO once again to unveil the ecosystem to the Kenyan market. Karibu sana, our CEO, Bemisola Osunrinda. Thank you.
Good morning once again to everyone. I'm sure you guys have seen my face over and over again. Okay, so just a brief about Smartcomply. Can I have the slide, please? Thank you. So while the slide is coming up, Smartcomply started up from the narrative or the problem that we saw in the African market space, where a lot of compliance had to be rigorous and manual, and the effort being put in there was very tiresome. I mean, when you hear compliance is coming up, everybody's like, oh God, once again, we are going through this process, all the documentations, having to get everybody, because everyone has their day-to-day activities that they are doing, and having to get everybody in a single room just to make sure that they are putting the right measures and policies in place to keep the business in check becomes an issue. And seeing that problem, we came together, how can we make this seamless for businesses so that they don't think it's rigorous, and they're also able to have it as a culture in their business. And that's what brought about Smartcomply, the bet of Smartcomply, where we built an automated solution, which is our flagship division, to help simplify compliance in terms of governance, risk, and also compliance as a whole. So the vision of Smartcomply, we are the architect of our own digital safety, moving from the foreign security leftovers to African-led AI-first innovation. And that is basically saying we don't just want it to be, oh, we're only working with foreign OEMs. What the foreign OEMs can do, we can also do it here in Africa, and also drive the African narratives, just to make sure that we're addressing the problem that is in Africa, and we are also solving that problem for Africa. And the identity of Smartcomply, like I said, we are our original equipped manufacturer. We develop these solutions ourselves, which is of digital integrity. We build African-led solutions from African contexts, dedicated to fixing the complexity of security and compliance in Africa and beyond. I mean, at the end of the day, as we resolve the issues in the African market, we also want to spread our wings across border to address those issues, to making it a unified ecosystem that don't just focus on the African market, but also focus on the global space. And we've already started that narrative, and that's why we are here in Kenya to work together with you, not just to bring a solution, but also to build together and drive that culture together. So Smartcomply as a group, so our ecosystem, we like to say we are infrastructure of trust, a unified AI-first Africa defense, where we have our subdivisions, which cuts across secure, where we call our flagship division that focuses on automated GRC and risk management. This helps you to ensure you have the fastest path towards your compliance and also having it continuous. There's a platform where you can run different regulatory standards, cutting across ISO standards, the PCI DSS, the Data Protection Act across borders, and also having a platform where you can organize your risk management in your business. So risk management, not just cutting to the IT space, but across each department within the organization. And last but not the least, it also helps with audit management. So apart from the external audits that we run, we also have internal audits which are in circles within the business. So if you want to manage it and you don't want to have to deal with spreadsheets that we are very, very used to, this platform helps you simplify and makes it seamless. And together, we also developed endpoint security solution, which is called SmartGuard. So it's an end-to-end where you have a full overview of your infrastructure, risk part, and also you have your policy in place and risk management in place. I go over to Hair, which focus more on the financial crime aspect, where we have a lot of fraudulent transactions happening, and we're trying to see how we can have that user journey to be able to stop such transactions from happening. So Hair comes in there where it helps you to ensure that you are preventing fraud from happening, and you are also being able to read and detect anomalies within those transactions. And the good part of it is that it's AI enabled, and the AI don't just make the decisions for you. So AI alerts you, okay, this doesn't look like the normal pattern this particular client does his or her transactions. Then at the back end, you have your fraud investigation analyst who is able to also read those reports. So the AI makes it, the platform makes it easier for them to be able to scroll through those data and actually see if it's a false positive or is a positive, and also give the narrative of, okay, should this transaction be blocked or should this transaction be left to move forward? And once that information is known, the AI is also able to walk along with it and be able to stop such transaction if it's actually a legitimate one. And then we move over to Oculus. Oculus is also one of the divisions in which we are working together with our law enforcement force, department or sector in the economy, where it helps with threats, cyber threat intelligence. We like to say, see the threats before they see you. So it helps you go through the web to see informations that are that can damage your organization in terms of reputational damage, or even to the level of executive members within your organization that have implicating information on the social media, on the web, and they want to take it off so that it doesn't bring in bad brand reputation. Oculus helps address that. So it helps with your brand protection, searching the dark web for information tied to your business, just to make sure that those information are not used against you and you are not put in a risky position. So I'll give an example, and this is based on current engagements we've had. So we have a client that there was a circulation going around one of their executives on the web, and they noticed it, and the narrative wasn't true. And the next thing that was done was they reached out to us that, this narrative isn't true. Please, can you help us take down this information from the web? And which we did. We took down the information. The executive was satisfied and happy that such narration wasn't on the web. And the same way that is also a client of ours that, and it was a bank. One of their confidential folders was found on the dark web, where they're able to access their clients' information, their pins to their card information, and also the card numbers. And they were selling this information on the dark web. And what we had to come in to do there was help negotiate with them, get a good, price always coming at the end of the day, get a good negotiation price with them, got back that information, and that was how they were able to close out that. But at the same time, we also gave them mitigation measures to let them know, okay, this was the particular folder, and this was how they were able to access that folder from your environment, and they also kept the measures in place. So Oculus focused on that aspect. And last but not the least is the human element of the business. I mean, a business cannot run without the human element, and that is why we take pride in saying that we need to build a human firewall, just as how you are getting your network firewall to prevent external traffics from getting into your infrastructure. It's the same way how you have to build your human firewall to ensure that malicious acts are not using them as victims to get into your environment. So a secure horizon requires an holistic ecosystem. We operate across 4 integrated pillars for the internal posture, external threats, financial integrity, and of course, human resilience. And with this ecosystem that we've built, we've been able to impact 150 organizations securely, globally, here in Kenya, in Nigeria, Ghana, Canada, US, even in Ivory Coast right now. And while using our solution, they've been able to reduce the compliance overhead by 70%. Over to the next slide. Okay, so this is just focusing more on each of the division. Secure is our enterprise cyber security posture management solution, where we say beyond the statics and perpetual, this is a all-in-one AI engine, ECPM. And what does it help you address? So unlike the traditional GRC that is static and reactive, this helps in addressing the current threat landscape that we have, and it helps us not to just be ticking the box to get compliance, but actually build a culture for compliance. So the market need for this solution is compliance is, sorry, I'm not done. Okay, you made it full. Okay. You have different spreadsheets, you're having to deal with different standards, but on this platform, you're able to have them seamlessly on one platform where you're able to navigate and see how compliant you are in each of those standards. So you know when you do ISO 27001, which is tied to information security, there are some aspects of it that fits to the business continuity, there are some aspects of it that fits to quality management, there's some aspect of it that fits to information technology. So when you are doing that particular standard, on the dashboard of Secure, it will tell you the percentage you have also done across each of those other standards, just to make you know that, just to make you know you don't need to repeat that particular procedure again for each of the other standards. And that's where Secure comes in. So our mission is to be the single source of truth for the entire cybersecurity posture, aligning technical reality with regulatory requirements. The capacity of Secure is active posture governance, continuous infrastructure discovery, automated evidence orchestration, and then we have the Pan-African and global frameworks, and also help with real-time drill detection. And just to add to it, it's a full year audit cycle for you where you're able to follow through with what is expected of you from each of the regulatory standards or global standards that are applicable to your business. So you never miss what you're supposed to do. So if you're supposed to have your vulnerability assessment done quarterly in a year, it alerts you of it once it's that period. And if it hasn't been done, it lets you know this activity is pending. And if it's done, it lets you know you have cleared yourself on such activity. Over to the next slide, please. This is just Smart Guard, where I briefly spoke about that helps with endpoint security aspect. So apart from just focusing on the policy parts, there's also extending the posture management to the edges, which has to do with your desktop, your laptops, your servers. So true enterprise posture management must extend to where people work, especially now that we have remote working in place, where people aren't just working in the office now, they're working from their homes or working from hubs. Capability of Smart Guard is active endpoint integrity, integrated vendor risk management, and also real-time policy enforcement. So when you have a particular policy that you want to enforce on your endpoint security solution, endpoint devices, sorry, is able to push from SmartGuard. So the advantage of our ECP ecosystem is by merging endpoint and vendor data into secure engine, you achieve audit readiness 2 times faster while maintaining a perpetual resilience organization. And I'll give a case study here from one of the companies that used us. A company was onboarding up to 50 remote employees across both the Kenyan office and the Nigerian office. And with Secure, they were able to verify cloud access level while SmartGuard instantly validates the security posture of every new laptop that was connected to their environment. And the result from this was 100% automated evidence collected, mapped to the ISO standards, and they had audit readiness achieved in the record time. And this is just narrating how the whole legacy way of GRC is done and how Secure helps address that narrative. Okay, over to the next slide, please. Oculus, our proactive threat intel, the watchful eyes of your ecosystem. So the shift is modern posture management must look forward or outward. Shift your defense from reactive patching to the proactive protection. And we've also spoken about that during the fireside chat and the other panelists where they said we shouldn't be reactive but proactive. And Oculus helps in addressing this, where it helps you with your external attack surface management. It helps you with cyber threat intel. It helps with supply chain intelligence. So this is tied to vendors that are working with your organization. You want to see if they are vulnerable in any way or they are not also complying to standard. Oculus helps address that. Then it helps with brand protection. It helps with SOC automation. So SOC automation are for organizations that have a security operations center and they want to be able to automate the process within it. And this is for those that have within their organization. And even if you are using third party for it, there's an aspect of it that leads to your third party. And you can see from the case scenario there where it was talking about unsecured S3 buckets. And we were able to identify the exposed assets, and within minutes we were able to also help patch those exploitable areas in those systems, which help them with avoiding brand damaging data leaks, so avoiding them from having their brand information out there in the public. Next slide, please. Thank you. And adhere the financial risk and integrity part of the business, where is intelligence driven security for the financial frontier. And this is, although we like to say it's more focused on the banks and the fintechs, but any organization that has to do with payments or transactions, whether you're an investment company or you're an insurance company, even hospitals that do transaction, ADHERE helps address all these fraudulent acts. And the mission here is protecting the economic engine of Africa by fixing the complexity of identity and fraud management. The capacity of ADHERE is it helps with rapid identity verification. It helps with your transaction screening and monitoring. You have automated regulatory filing. And then you also have global scaling. Where global scaling comes in are for organizations that are planning to expand across different borders, and they need to know what documents or what regulatory body will be applicable to them for them to expand there. ADHERE also helps with that, and we call that aspect of ADHERE Grow. Another aspect ADHERE focus on is in terms of user journey and audit trail management, where for the back end, that's the fraud analyst, you are able to see the process of how a particular client does his or her transaction within your platform, and also see the flow of where the transaction later ended at. So all the acts, all the activities, as the person is logging in, as the person is transferring, you get to see all those information, and that helps in the place where you need to do a forensic investigation or a fraudulent investigation. You can use the user journey, you can use the audit trail to know what exactly went through. Audit Trail doesn't just focus on the client alone, it also focuses on the back-end engineers who are also authorizing these transactions. So what it does is that you're able to pinpoint what was done and at what time it was done, so that when a fraudulent act happens, you're able to pick up on it, and if it's from within, you're also able to trace who exactly did what and when they did it. And of course, case study on 100% application in one weekend, and Ade was able to onboard legitimate users instantly and was also able to block fraudulent applications from accessing the environment. Next slide, please. And that's our flagship for Human Firewall Academy, Smartcomply Academy, where we are forging the organization's first line of defense. Narrative is technology is only half the battle. People are the first line of defense, and this will take us back to the CIA part, or should I say the people, the technology, and the process, where if you have technology in place, you have your process in place, and your people are not properly educated and they don't know the do's and don'ts, then every other thing you have implemented in your organization become useless. So we are AAA accredited certificated body, offering hybrid learning, and whether it's physical, whether it's through the LMS, and we don't just train on data protection, cybersecurity, or compliance standard. We also certify people. So we are AAA certified, and we have the license to certify individuals to the global standard. And just to add to that, apart from AAA, we're also working hand in hand with PECB and also BCIS to get their accreditation, and then be able to provide that to for our clients that are more focused on the high-end side. And last but not the least, our targets are, or the targets of what we want to achieve with this platform is security hygiene. That's building a culture for the staff and the organization as a whole. Then for the DevOps and the lead auditors is having to build your technical team that are knowledgeable about what they're supposed to do. And then for the execs, having strategic risk management available for them to know where they need to come in from the board level to help address the narrative within the business. And of course, we had a phishing attempt exercise done. And after the exercise, we're able to bring them on board Academy to train them on the do's and don'ts. And then after doing that, the next phishing exercise that was done dropped from 22 to 3% within 6 months. Next slide, please. Is that all? Okay, yes. And yes, to close up, that was a quick summary of Smartcomply's ecosystem as a whole. Shaping the frontier together, the future of trust is perpetual. Security is a journey, and the Secure Horizon is built on collaboration. Let's state or set a new global standard for African cybersecurity excellency together. Thank you very much. I don't know if you guys have any questions, and if you also want to see more on our solutions, starting from secure to the rest, you can visit the demo booths out there to get more information and insights to our solution as a whole. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Any question?
Do we have any questions?
Concerns?
Are we all good? Okay, thank you.
Fantastic. I'll be registering for the Smartcomply Academy soon.
No problem. We're looking forward to that.
Thank you. So I would want us to focus on the screen. We'll be having a video showcase. table 4, 5, 6, you can grab something.
Is getting more complex. Regulations are increasing, expectations are now higher. Organizations must prove accountability at every level. Smartcomply simplifies compliance. We bring structure, clarity, and visibility so teams. Compliance is getting more complex. Regulations are increasing, expectations are now higher. Organizations must prove accountability at every level. Smartcomply simplifies compliance. We bring structure, clarity, and visibility so teams can manage obligations confidently and not reactively. What started as a platform has now grown into a full compliance ecosystem. At the center, we have Smartcomply. Around it, we have specialized solutions that work seamlessly together. Adhere manages regulatory and policy obligations. Secure protects sensitive information. Oculus by Smartcomply delivers oversight and insight. The Smartcomply Academy builds compliance knowledge and skill. Smartcomply is looking to support organizations in navigating local regulations, strengthening governance, and building sustainable compliance practices. Smartcomply is your long-term partner for growth, trust, and accountability. Compliance is getting more complex. Regulations are increasing, expectations are now higher. Organizations must prove accountability at every level. Smartcomply simplifies compliance. We bring structure, clarity, and visibility so teams can manage obligations confidently and not reactively. What started as a platform has now grown into a full compliance ecosystem. At the center, we have Smartcomply. Around it, we have specialized solutions that work seamlessly together. Adhere manages regulatory and policy obligations. Secure protects sensitive information. Oculus by Smartcomply delivers oversight and insight. The Smartcomply Academy builds compliance knowledge and skill. Smartcomply is looking to support organizations in navigating local regulations, strengthening governance, and building sustainable compliance practices. Smartcomply is your long-term partner for growth, trust, and accountability. Compliance is getting more complex. Regulations are increasing, expectations are now higher. Organizations
So for this session, for the next 20 minutes, we are going to look at some of the highlights of this report. And to help me unpack this, I'm going to invite 4 incredible industry leaders. Ben Gujiri, a manager data protection KCB Group. Ben. Wilson Gitau, Manager Cybersecurity Architecture and Assurance at M-Pesa Africa. Lynette Apio, Senior Consultant at 386 Consult. I think she has stepped out. And David Kanyanjwa, a CEO, 3 Quality Services. Welcome. We'll just start as we wait for Lynette. So one finding that struck me the most in this report, 74% of East African organizations place cyber risk at the top of their agenda. But surprisingly, only 29% have ever simulated what a real incident looks like. So I'm going to start with you, Wilson. From your operational reality, does this scale of hostile activity reflect what you are defending against? And what does it mean for how resilience should be designed in platforms of national importance? This from your experience at M-Pesa Africa. You know that M-Pesa accounts for about 53% of the value or the volume of transactions account for 53% of our GDP, and the economic value of it all, the economic impact of it all is almost 4 times our GDP.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon. The report talks of 4.5 billion cyber threats that we are receiving on a quarterly basis. So this is a reality, and this is what is in the ground. Currently, within our organization, if not tens of thousands, we receive thousands of cyber threats on a daily basis. So I'll give a scenario of an airport. Take an airport scenario where we have large volumes of travelers flocking in the airport. So what do? Some of them are trying to access doors. Some of them are trying to access gates. Some of them are trying to validate cards. So and all these put a scenario where these people are threat actors, and they are trying to simulate threats towards the airport. So each and every person there is trying to see what door is open, what ticket can be validated without legitimacy, etc. So that if you map all those people within the airport, you can be able to see the mesh and the nets of the attacks that we are receiving. So from a platform perspective, we support a platform that is categorized as part of the national infrastructure. So basically what we do when we develop or we come up with any product within our ecosystem, we ensure that we embed security by design, and we also ensure that we apply security in depth. This is ensuring that from the human layer, we apply security. From the application layer, we are applying security. From the network layer, we are applying security, all down to the physical layer. After this application of security, all that you need to do is to ensure that you test your security. I heard the previous speakers talk of testing security. So this is paramount in testing what you have deployed. So ensure that you simulate real life attacks within these security defenses. So number one, ensure that you do periodic pen tests, test your data recovery systems, test your backups, do switchovers, and do other recovery activities that should give you confidence that your security is in place. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Ben, the research highlights a hidden governance and API-driven risk layer and points to identity-centric attacks and schemes of fraud as underreported threats. From a data protection and governance perspective, where are organizations still structurally aligned today?
All right, thank you very much, and good afternoon. Quite a great space there, and a very interesting question. So we usually say we are as weak as we are strong as our weakest point, right? And looking at how the financial industry is well regulated, and I say we can build fences and perimeters, but at the point that we need to partner and collaborate in terms of other value propositions, then at that point, the APIs comes in where you're going to integrate. And having not doing the actual rigor of assessment to these during the onboarding of such a party, maybe from even understanding their compliance posture, all that means then you're not aware of who you're getting to business with. And you see, at that point again, where you have already, there's a bridge. It's like on my end, I've safeguarded, and then the other end, we've put everything in place. But who is manning? Who is guarding the bridge? So therefore, it's important as we partner, as most organizations get into partnership, and for the like of offering proposition that requires API integration, the same rigor of and scrutiny of assessing the risk and end-to-end and holistic. And again, in terms of being preparedness, and this is one of the key things, we can have everything on paper, the policies, the standard operating procedures, especially for banking, but without having meaningful simulation. We might be saying we comply on paper, but then again, until you get into an actual crisis, and that's when you find there's lack of ownership on certain processes. There is now the awareness gap coming. You've been trained, but you're not even sure what to do next. It's time you're rushing to look at how does that incident management report, how should I go about managing, or what should I be collecting, what evidence should I, and then again, in data privacy space, there is the obligation to also report to the regulator. Remember, there's timelines. So you might be caught up in that puzzle, trying to get, is it a breach? No, is it an incident? And then the time lapses, then you get an enforcement and a penalty. So it's really important to be very, very articulate and very intentional in terms of ensuring whatever we put on paper as compliance, walking that journey with our teams to feel and appreciate what exactly it means.
To you, David, from where you sit, just adding on what Ben has said, how does preparedness look like from where you sit?
All right, thank you very much, because I have the privilege, I've had the privilege of sitting on the two sides, sitting as a customer consumer and also sitting in as a consultant in this field. Now, one of the key areas that I see is, or where we have a serious discrepancy, is in between a governance strategy and the day-to-day execution. So you find in most institutions, there could be, and they have implemented a lot, and some of them huge, some unimaginable amount of solutions, technology that are there to try and do enough safeguards for, preventing cyber risk and all that. But unfortunately, you find just within there, as Wilson here, Zachary, Ben here, has said, that you have a weaker link somewhere. And that weaker link, it's always stemming in from, starts off from a behavior that is actually stemming in just within the organization. Starts small, starts creating an identity of a potential place of leakage. And then eventually this thing sort of like they start exploiting, and trying to exploit it, of course, now leads into a habit. And eventually, of course, now that breaks in, of course, the entire cyber risk culture. Now, much training can be done, but at the end of the day, change of these behavioral patterns would actually be of great importance to ensure that that it is, that the organization is secured. And that essentially, because currently, of course, my role currently is very much at sea level, because that's where the failure is really big, where they don't really put in a lot of emphasis other than getting board papers to sign to approve expenses for this firewall, that SOC, that SIM, that other thing, without really trying to figure out what is the ultimate strategy of the organization. That is also built into the other topics that I recent here in the AI. They are all consumers. They don't understand what it's all about. So there is not serious, clear strategies that are there that needs to be cascaded downwards instead of upwards. So we have a situation whereby everything is informing up as opposed to coming from I know it's a bit of a controversial, but I believe in this one, it has to be trickle down.
Okay.
It has to come from up to down.
Lynette, I want you to push it further. The report shows that 74 of organizations rank cyber risk as a top priority, but only 29% have ever run a real incident simulation. When you assess organizations on the ground, what does this execution gap actually look like inside security programs?
All right, thank you so much. My name is Lynette Apio. I work with Smartcomply as a consultant. I help organizations implement frameworks. It could be standards. I also do audits as well, be it regulatory audits or be it ISO-related audits, be it systems audits. So back to your question, when I am assessing organization to basically rate their maturity or for compliance purposes, the main gap usually is the execution bit. You have controls, yes. You have policies, yes. But the execution is lacking. And I agree with my colleague, it starts at the top. We must have that executive ownership. It cascades down. Once we have the budget in place, we have the respective executive representation for that framework implementation, then I believe these gaps would reduce to some extent.
So you've mentioned the execution. Is it a budget issue or lack of goodwill?
Well, I wouldn't say much on the budget issue, because once you have been onboarded to, let's say, take a client through the compliance journey, by default it means the budget is there. So it's not a budget issue. From my own perspective, I just think it's more on education and awareness about these related standards or the frameworks. So that's, again, one aspect that is lacking.
To you, Wilson, from M-Pesa side, what does that AI-driven threat actually do?
So I would say the AI has scaled much in volumes and also in speed in terms of propelling cyber threats. For sure, you don't need to be an elite for you to simulate or for you to prepare an attack nowadays. So you just need to know how to use AI in general. So what we have seen traditionally is that we have been using security tools that are designed in a way that they learn patterns and they block against those patterns. We set rules, Sometimes there are signature-based tools where signatures needs to be updated as per the patents. But if we continue using that model, AI is learning how our tools are deployed. So we also need to ensure that within our tools we embed AI such that we can be able to learn the new attacks as fast as possible without even waiting for us to update signatures also. So I would say we should ensure that we are using tools that that are AI embedded to ensure that we learn faster than the attackers are learning. Thank you.
David, you spoke about preparedness. Do you think East African companies are prepared for this scale, such attacks, I mean?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I will make something Africa, not that the fact that I'm very passionate about Africa and in a way a Pan-Africanist in a way. So we're all here, and I'm proud when I see, Smartcomply as a solution that addresses African needs and problems. And what we have is, and I'll say because I've worked in our banks here, at least tier 1 banks, and what I see is, and I know of course it might be again sound offensive, you got vendors trooping in, and that's why you see the problem starts at sea level. We got vendors trooping in, and instead of addressing your need, you address or you react to a prescription. So you're being told that a certain threat is emanating from something. And this is a problem that I'm actually facing every day outside there with people that we're doing advisory services to. Because the guys down there have talked to a certain vendor because a certain problem happened. For example, let me just use the word M-Pesa here or at KCB. And these guys that they have seen it on the paper or they have had it in the grapevine outside here, because our industry is quite small, they come and say, okay, we have this. Then they come up with a prescription. And that now becomes a situation that triggers up a sudden investment. Sometimes even budgets are not even existing. So we are not predictive. We are more of having a prescriptive proposition in our approach. I think one thing that has been said here quite a number of times, and even including that AI, we as Africans, we just more of consumers. Maybe possibly, even as we face now from here, I would actually be wanting to challenge a little bit of us, at least in the younger, those ones in the younger generation, try and think, what solutions can we be able to build that we can pride ourselves in, similar to the solutions that we are seeing here, that we can be able to take down to the market, that is seriously addressing the needs of this market, because you have something, it's a skeleton, it's a bone knuckle thing, you come, you bring it in, and that's why you start testing it out, and you actually testing it, it's a flight, you actually you just let the aeroplane go on air, then you start changing the engine. That's what's happening. So I think we need a very serious top-down approach to this cyberspace, and we need also people that are clearly informed and at that high level or the C level that are informed. They just don't just take documents and approve. But that is actually also the beginning of challenges in this whole cyber environment. It's challenges. It's not about training. It's not about the number of systems. It is actually about strategy and how you execute that strategy.
Okay. Ben, from where you sit, do you think our regulatory environment is prepared for AI-driven risks?
Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting. I believe yes, with the advancement of the frameworks that are being put in place, that shows there is a lot of preparedness in what to come. And then the big question is on us, are we ready for that? Like for example, I look at most of the use case for AI in two different scenarios. There's a point where you put it on the facing, where interfacing with the customers or maybe interfacing with the users, therefore interacting directly. And then there's the one that will leverage on the data you already have. So it's a matter of questioning the integrity of our data. Because you remember, any biasness or any inaccuracy in that data, then scaling AI capability might become, let's say, a theater talk. Yeah.
Okay. Lynette, the report calls for organizations to institutionalize security by design and stop retrofitting. In your consulting experience, how many organizations are actually doing that versus treating it as boxing exercise?
Well, I mean, from your statistics, it's pretty much clear. So, I'd say it's a journey. We are not yet there, but yes, we are heading there, one or the other.
Okay. What are some of the things that you think organizations should do so that we achieve this in under 1 or 2 years or 5 years?
Interesting. So I believe once there's that clear ownership, there's that strategy in place, that should cover it. Ownership and strategy.
This to you, Wilson and Ben. The report also shows that 48% of attacks are now identity related, and that attackers increasingly log in rather than break in. From your different roles, platform, governance, and implementation, what is being underestimated about identity risk in East Africa?
Okay, I would say it's actually more than 48%.
Okay.
In my view.
You would place it at what percentage?
It's a good percent, but we are tending to go higher than 48, probably heading to 60 also.
Okay.
My reasoning being identity has been set as a source of trust. If I prove my identity to you, you tend to trust me. Our systems nowadays are trust-based. So like if I give a case in Kenya, if you go somewhere and you want to access somewhere, or you want to access a mobile banking service, the thing that they ask you is your identity, and more so, they ask you for your mobile number also, so that they can be using that to identify you, probably when they send you an OTP. So that kind of trust has been put in our system through an identity. So at any case, I'm able to take that, to steal that identity from you. I'm able to authenticate as you. So take a case where a SIM swap. If I'm successful to get your SIM swap, what am I capable of doing? I'm capable of getting to your mobile money wallet. I'm capable of getting into your mobile application, mobile banking application, and I'm capable of even withdrawing money. So I would think that is an area that attackers are seeing as an open door, because traditionally we have been basing on putting firewalls, building big walls, that's what I can say. But within the door, we are not putting any security. We are putting the wall, but the door is still open. So attackers are now using that door. So what we should ensure that we do, we should ensure that we are now locking the door. We are protecting those identities. If it is authentication, we are using more secure authentication mechanisms, such as MFA, if not some phishing resistant MFAs, and also ensuring that we train our frontliners. Those are the human beings, and also we train our customers on the importance of identities. Thank you.
Before we move to Ben, on this, how much help the attackers getting from the internal people? Because we've had cases where the attackers got some internal help. So from where you sit at M-Pesa, how much help, just a rough estimation, how much help are these attackers getting from internal people? And is it a real risk?
From the insiders?
Yes.
From?
Yes, from the insiders.
I can't give a number. It's an unethical behavior for, I would say, that probably would be a rogue employee, or but it's something that is totally discouraged. But I don't have any statistics with me. Yes.
Okay. Ben.
Well, interesting. I think from the conversation I'm building to what Wilson has given out, I'll quantify. Let's aside the attacks. Remember, in the morning hour there was a presenter. I think he mentioned it's easier to plan for an attack than to defend. And ideally, if you don't have the 360 view of your whole infrastructure, you might be defending blindly sometimes. And now, still, when you are concentrating on defending from an external attack, then there is something that is overlooked sometimes. That is insider threat. People who have access to this data, people who maybe there is no user recertification, I've been supporting a certain role where I needed to access some data, so I had privileges. But then again, if I leave that role, there's no follow-up, there's no oversight to ensure that such credentials are revoked and the recertification is done well. So you find there's a lot of a need to invest also internally, monitoring, and it can only be done better if the data governance aspect is well structured. From labeling all this data and also tracking how the data lane, the movement of this data. So without that, again, you might never know when data leaves. And now the other flip on this, we might also try to invest digitally, put all the cyber tools for monitoring. But then again, if our processes, and I usually try to always relate the controls and measures based on the environment you're operating in. And I look, for example, if it's a hybrid where there's a bit of journeys digitally, and then there is the manual. So for example, you can do a lot of controls, including the labeling of the data, including meta tagging, including even least privilege. But the moment such data is printed, then you've lost control if you're not able to track that data again. So it's all a matter of understanding the space you're in and what controls can you complement for maybe in manual processes as well as the digital processes. And then again, there's something that has been mentioned about the authentication bit. And maybe it's something I'd missed out on the APIs. You might find in some environment, you've done basic authentications. What means, yes, you're able to authenticate a certain endpoint, but then again, there's an authorization be that, does that data need to leave, or is that call authorized to get this data out of this space, or is that call authorized to bring in data to the environment? I think it's a whole aspect of looking all of it holistically and shifting left. I know most of you will agree, shifting it's kind of hard, but we try. We have to shift left and create time to develop together with the devs and work together with the product owners. Okay. Thank you.
These two, Lynette and David, the research suggests that privacy and cybersecurity are treated as parallel compliance tracks rather than a single trust system. So I'll start with you, Lynette. What is the real organizational cost of separating privacy governance from cyber risk management?
The cost?
The cost of separating privacy governance from cyber risk management.
Okay. In terms of cost, I wouldn't be able to give an estimate because both privacy, I'd say, complement cybersecurity. So they work hand in hand. So in terms of costing, I'm not so sure. But to have that unified framework that comprises of both security and privacy can really go a long way when it comes to mitigating risks.
Okay. David?
Yeah, so you mentioned on the privacy governance side, and that cost actually associated, that bridge between it and the cyber risk management. Well, I don't think there is a very serious divide between the two. So a breach will always come because somebody is already thinking. I talked about behavior somewhere around down our talk. Somebody is already thinking. He perceives, he thinks, and he starts doing that. And that, you see now, the end result brings in a situation of where there is a cyber risk. And that is what now seems to trigger that management aspect. So that, at the end of the day, whichever way we look at it, either you're going to go through a loss, which is a cost, or you're going to go through an investment, again, which is a cost. And it is even worse, better even sometimes you go through a loss, then you go and make an ad hoc investment which does not meet the criteria, and you end up actually making much more losses because that loophole has not been sealed.
Okay. This to everyone here. The report highlights that 82% of African organizations face cyber and AI talent challenges. Is this, and I'm sure you mentioned this, Lynette, is this primarily a training problem, a talent pipeline problem, or a retention and incentive problem?
Okay, so I'll just complement what my colleague said. We are more consumers when it comes to new technologies. So in terms of the, sorry, you'd have to repeat the question. What's the question?
Okay, is it a training problem, a talent pipeline problem, or a retention and incentives problem?
There's no one way to look at it. We are more consumers. So I'd say training users on this new technology, since we are more relying, or we are more consumers, just the training bit would really help.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll go.
Yes.
I could go for it,
yeah.
And so at least for what I would say is, what is the real problem is purpose. That's one.
Partners.
Purpose.
Purpose.
Lack of a clear vision. And then you have a lack of a strategic alignment. So that is where I see a clear problem. And I know I keep heaping it up on the top, but that is where the buck stops. And that now, when the top is not okay, what happens down there? You have a culture, an organizational problem. So it actually sort of like now becomes a ripple, effect going down. And the more it actually goes like that, it actually becomes an iceboard. So you can't stop it. And rero by rero, you might find like an organization can just be put down because of such rero foxes.
Okay, before we move to Ben, and I'm sure you mentioned this earlier on, what do you think organizations should do to change this culture?
Number one, we need a proper, clear strategy at the top. Then, secondly, that has to be very aggressive, intentional, and we have to be very focused to make sure that we have almost like what you can call serial execution with extreme accountability at every level, regardless, down to the sweeper, if they still exist, even the outsourced ones. It has to be serial execution, because today you are sitting there and you are protecting your employees, and you have, sometimes, let me not mention the company, but you have these organizations that are cooking tea for you. You have these guys, and you have a piece of paper that is seated there. Somebody snaps it. You think that you're actually protecting yourself from your documents getting through to AI. They'll find themselves there. So there has to be a very intentional serious execution and accountability down the line. So somebody just like, for example, if you're talking like, if you're doing some compliance activity, leaving some pieces of paper, even after we leave here, some pieces of paper on the table here, thinking that that is not information. A real information is so much information in this world today. I just need to just know that, for example, Wilson, his name and something, and M-Pesa, and then I can create a storyline around him. That's all. How do we protect that? By making sure that downstream, it's brutal.
That's really interesting because as a journalist, I know the best sources are actually cleaners and secretaries. They're the ones who leak the most information. Okay, Ben?
Well, building on the same, I usually guide and sometimes when it comes to use of AI, first, AI is a tool, just like any other solution. It's just like any other system. The solution is with you, whoever. You need to think with the end in mind, the steps, the processes, how do you want to get there? But then again, you bring in the aspect of AI to speed up that journey, to make it more efficient. When you look at recent also reports on how, in terms of, in Google 2024, I think they mentioned that having 25% of their first code generated by AI. What did not mention is that all this code is then reviewed and accepted by a human being. So in terms of how we position ourselves when using AI, benefits us all. But the challenge would be when you're not able to tell a hallucination, you're not able to tell whether it, to accept whether this is right or not. So the use of AI comes also with the need to be experienced in a certain area so that you can complement what can be speed up, what can be done that in an efficient way, repetitive way. But again, we centrally have to bring ourselves human in the loop. We have to be there. We have to review everything. We have to ensure that it is the decisions of a human being that is at the end being acceptable. And I should say you might get an easy code by just asking AI to generate a code for you. But if you don't understand how that code operates, then coming back to fix it or scale it now becomes a nightmare. And you'll find most of those systems that are coded using such generated codes, and then it becomes hard to scale it. We've seen a lot of POCs being done, and I know most of the tech companies will start with, let's do for your POC, then it works. But now scaling it in production becomes a nightmare because it was not built with the scalability of a natural engineer's mindset. So the architecting and all of it.
Okay. Wilson, I would like you to close for us this session. Every executive in this room could act on only one of these in the next 90 days. And that is, the report ends with only four priorities: security by design, simulation-based preparedness, financial risk quantification, and trust as a design principle. So if every executive in this room could act on only one of these days, which should it be and why?
Okay, to the C level, I would ask for you guys to put some budget aside. I know you have implemented security controls by depth, by design, etc. But I know these controls are not tested. So I would ask for a budget to ensure that we test these particular controls. It's a matter of when that threat will materialize. So the key thing that you can do, the key and good thing that you can do is to ensure that your system is resilient. So I would ask for that budget to test that resiliency in form of simulating real-life threats, etc. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That marks the end of our session. Maybe a question or two? from the audience?
Any question? I think we're good.
Okay.
You can take
Thanks.
a photo. Maybe you can. Let's appreciate our panelists coming. Done a good job.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause as they go back to their seats. Now, we want to switch gears to a more fun part. And before we do that, I'd like to request all of us to stand, stretch a little bit. We're getting to the fun part.
Ni fire, see fire.
So we can have our seats. So we head into a segment, the Secure Horizon Awards, where we want to appreciate leaders in the industry that have been leading in the AI and compliance sector. So I would like to invite our CEO. I'll start with you again. If you could join me on stage to present the award. Let's give her a round of applause. She's been doing a great job today. Okay, thank you. So our first award is in the category of the Digital Trust Leadership Award. And this goes to Honeycoin. If we could have a representative from Honeycoin, let's give them a round of applause as they come collect the award. Any representative from Honeycoin in the house? Okay, we'll just have to keep that one for them. Okay, the next category is the Cyber Resilience Excellence Award. And this goes to Safaricom M-Pesa. If we could have a representative. Safaricom M-Pesa. Thank you. Maybe you can join me right here. Photographers, we can take a picture. Let's appreciate them, guys. Congratulations, Safaricom M-Pesa, for being the leaders in cyber resilience excellence. Our other award for the day is in the category of compliance and governance excellence. And this goes to Namiri Technology Limited. Thank you. Make your way to the stage. Congratulations, Namiri Technology Limited, for being the leaders in compliance and governance. Madam CEO, maybe I'll give you a breather and invite Mr. Fejimi Adewale to present the other award. Okay. Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. The next category is Data Privacy and Protection Champion, and this goes to Globe Pay. Congratulations, Globe Pay. Let's give them a big round of applause as they come to the stage.
Can we get some smiles?
Big smiles. Congratulations, GlobePay, for being leaders in data privacy and protection champions. The next award goes in the category of secure innovation, and this goes to 4G Capital. If we could have a representative from 4G Capital. Do we have a representative? Okay, no, we'll have to keep that one for them as well. So moving on, the next category is regulatory leadership and industry stewardship. And this goes to Fintech Associations of Kenya. Do we have a representative from Fintech Associations of Kenya? Okay, maybe we'll have to keep that on for them as well. The next category is Emerging Institution in Digital Trust. Yes, and this goes to Cashier. Yes, Cashier is in the house. Let's give them a round of applause as they walk to the stage. Congratulations, Cashier, for being leaders in Emerging Institution in Digital Trust. Big smiles. There we go. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Fejime. At this juncture, I'd like to invite our very own Mr. Peter Mutinda to give the rest of the awards. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to the stage. Okay, the next category is Industry Impact Award for Digital Trust. The Industry Impact Award for Digital Trust, and this goes to Pezesha. Do we have a representative in the house? Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, maybe not. We'll have to save that one as well. The next category is Lifetime Contribution to Digital Trust, Kenya. It's an honorary award to the Data Commissioner, Office of Data Commission in Kenya. Do we have a representative?
We'll pick that for them.
Okay. I think my co-host here will pick that for him, for the company. Let's give them a round of applause. So I want to take this opportunity to congratulate, thank you so much, Mr. Peter, for joining me on stage. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all the institutions that have done a great job and received awards today. We are moving on swiftly, and at this juncture, I want to invite Mr. James Dubia to give us the closing remarks and the vote of thanks.
Afternoon. Good afternoon. Hamjambo. Ama leo tuelewe Kiswahili kwa sababu tuko na wageni kutoka nje. Mwafunza kidogo?
Bisa.
Naangalia pale nyuma naona kuna mgeni. Ile wakati nilikuwa mdogo nilikuwa namuita mzungu. Amebadilika kweli? Bado ni kweli? Jambo. Huyu atakumbe huyu ni mwenyeji kuniliko kwani kidogo onge Kiswahili cha Mombasani. Thank you very much. It was just on a light note. I was just saying hi to the young man over there. Yeah, young at heart, though. Thank you very much, sir. It's a great day, I think, for such a beautiful environment of tech and AI, cybersecurity, data protection. And a lot has happened. And I'm so interested to see if we had a number of people who are taking notes. Mine is just to do vote of thanks, of course, I know that. But I cannot thank the main speakers when I was absent. True or false? Unless it's a miracle, unless I was here by spirit, right? I know Safaricom are smiling over there. They say that they are all over. My network was not that covered today. So I'm looking around. I'm seeing a lot of colors. So this is going to just be so random. Anyway, I know Kenyans love writing. Typing nowadays, not really writing because people are on their gadgets, because it's a tech high-level business forum, or breakfast in this case. I'm looking on this side, too many colors that I'm used to seeing here, same way, I think. Something is standing out. Have you ever seen, the other day we had Valentine's Day, right? Right? Just the other day. So I want to pull someone here who looks close to Valentine, right? Oh wow, everybody's looking at you. I think you should just stand up. Definitely a man.
Let's appreciate him as he comes.
Let's do that as he comes.
Give him some confidence.
He's building confidence. That's how the way he walks. Not only on Valentine's. Yeah, thank you very much. Oh, wow.
Thank you for the prompt.
Welcome.
What do you want me to do exactly?
I want you to just give us some short remarks of thanking our panelists or chief guests, maybe.
Let me see if I'll remember. Moderators, you will handle whoever remains.
That is well with me.
First, I want to thank my mother for this opportunity.
This must be a Luya. For those who are not from the country, Luyas are people who love what?
I've not even thanked my nursery school teacher yet.
Oh my goodness. Don't go there. We are here in a tech forum, of course. So let's carry on with the spirit of tech, not
guys.
Our mothers. Thank you.
Hi, guys. I want to see if I'll remember the moderators. If I forget anyone, feel free to remind me. Our moderators and panelists, I think there's Cellulant, there's Sequire, Coronation Merchant Bank, there's DCI Kenya, na msinichunguze after this. The Nigerian Police Commission, there's M-Pesa Safaricom, bundles zimeisha. Cheza kama wewe. DP, GSK, 386 Consults, Tech Cabal. On behalf of the one who sent me the prompt, I thank you from the bottom of his heart for such an insightful session. It was a moving conversation, and I'm sure all of us learned something from it. And if you didn't learn, means you are not here, like him. We also appreciate our research partners at Tech Cabal for anchoring this discussion in data, evidence, and congratulations to all recipients of the awards. Thank you all guys, all of you for raising the bar. Kwa haya machache, I return it to the boss.
Thank you very much. Before you leave, sir.
But this is Valentine's, not this one.
Well, they say men are something to do with color, guys. Men are what? That proves that. No, wait a minute. That proves that I'm a what? I'm a man, right? Hey, who said woman? Hey. Here we go. I want to take this opportunity, of course, since you're here. Maybe you just came and introduced, or rather thanked the people who were here earlier. Why don't you just also give you just 30 seconds, introduce yourself, sell yourself, uza sera. Mwaka umefika, unajua 2027 is yamaje? Anaweza ama hawezi? From kumwangalia tu, si ni kweli? Uza sera.
Mimi ndio Marco Tani. I run a platform called swalanyeti.co.ke, and it's a digital platform that deals with business, finance, tech, sustainability, and empowerment, especially women empowerment. Yes. I'm a journalist with more than 15 years of experience, so I use that to start my own platform to tell such beautiful stories like what is here. Asante sana.
Asante sana, Bwana Mark. Nimesikia kuna swala nyeti. Ama sijasikia hivyo? Sijui niendelee mambo ya swala nyeti zaidi ama nikae tu hivyo.
Swala nyeti ndio umesema.
Ndio moja. Na kisha umetuambia pale ya kwamba mambo ya wamama sana, au sio?
Napenda wamama.
Ndio maana naomba utembee kwa mu.
Thank you very much.
Welcome very much. Thank you, sir. Some clap for Mr. Mark of Swalanyeti. You can always check it online, and he has a lot that he's doing on his space, of course. I'm sure. I'll definitely check it out now, from now on. I'm so glad that it was such an inspiring moment for us all, seeing that we are having different people who are all here because of what is happening today. Today something profound happened. Smartcomply. I don't know if you guys, you've had time to check out who they really are. And whenever you check something out, you have to go pale kwa background, ndio? Lazima uangalie background ya mtu ndio uweze kumfanya ile kitu. Na nimesikia hapa viku na amethank some CID or something. I'm not sure. And then he said that they make sure they don't do some research on him. So Smartcomply basically is a company that came from, originated from US, stroke Canada. So basically it's something international. Then from there, diversification, it went to Nigeria. Then kwa ule mwendo wa polepole, it went to Ghana, Ivory Coast. And I'm just wondering, why is it in Kenya? The reason why it's I'm the one who's going to tell you, and I'm going to tell you because I was out there doing my research while you are in here learning. So after doing my small research, because the people who know where it came from are busy doing other things and whispering other things, that is when I got to understand this other thing, that Smartcomply is happening in Nairobi, Kenya, based on the fact that we have a hub in Nairobi. Nairobi is a digital hub of East Africa, we all know that. Are we not proud of that, Kenyans? Thank you very much. And it's about to become the HQ for East Africa. That's another clap. How many HQs are you hearing of late coming to Kenya? So this is a plus, because whenever you have an international body joining the country, it means more business, more money, pesa mfukoni. If I was a mwanasiasa, that's where I'll be going, guys. Nyota. The stars, I'm telling you. So guys, for those who enjoyed the mandazis there, this was not just a compliance thing. It was just more of an engagement to understand what that is all about. And Smartcomply is here knowing that we might have some gaps in skills. And what Smartcomply is promising is that it's going to ensure that it's going to fill those gaps. It's going to bring trainings. So what does that mean when we have trainings? It means that in a few years to come, the problems, the challenges that we're having in the tech sector are going to be a thing of the past. Back in 2024, if some of you remember, Kenya was in the grey list. Someone knows what the grey list was? Yeah, I see a hand there in your heart. During that time when, if I may just bring that up, it was all about financial transactions. Kenya doesn't want to be in a gray area. It's either black or white, right? So nobody wants to be somewhere in the middle of anything. I know the government is trying to do something within the year so that we can come out of it. But Smartcomply is giving us that solution in a way that we are going to get programmers who will be able to get in these areas that we are having challenges on. So what does that look for us in the future? It tells us that we are able to understand our challenges and able to give solutions that come from within. We know we've had other challenges previously. For example, what money matters, especially if I may mention Safaricom, innovated the M-Pesa, which is a key thing for the country. I think it's something that is also going to happen through Smartcomply. As I finalize, we know that Smartcomply, from my small research, they've been able to ensure that they are ready to work and are willing to work with those who are existing fintechs, existing financial institutions, existing startups, and beyond that, those who are coming up, of course, and ready to work with them. So with those very many remarks, I wish you a lovely afternoon. Enjoy your lunch. And I would like to take the mic back to my host, the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James. Let's appreciate James. We want to thank God for an amazing summit. We want to thank Smartcomply for organizing a very beautiful and engaging session. I want you to turn to the person next to you and extend a hand. And as you extend the hand, tell him thank you. Tell him Smartcomply and the host say thank you. Very well. So that brings us to the close of this session. As you go out, lunch is served. You pick your voucher kindly with the ushers. Thank you very much. Make sure you can appreciate us as well. Thank you. M-Pesa. We are looking at you. Appreciate us better. Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy your day, network. Visit our booth, the Smartcomply booth. Get to know more about Smartcomply. And as we eat lunch, make sure you network, know who is here. You never know, if you are single, you can get a Nigerian man. Or if you are single, you can get a Nigerian lady. Is the CEO single? That's all right. Thank you.